publicly accused them of wrongdoing related to Epstein, but the Attorney General did say today when pressed
What's
about
up,
the
Big
potential
Niche?
for new prosecutions, she says there are pending investigations.
Who, what, where, why, when. We don't have any information, and I would think that they would come to us to get that information.
Yeah, we still haven't talked yet. We haven't even.
Nobody's talked to me.
Yeah, nobody's talked to any of us.
Show of hands, has anybody had any communication with the DOJ over the course of the last, let's say, 6 months? Do you want to have that communication?
Yes. We've all asked for it.
Doesn't mean we feel.
Oh, I forgot, Miss VR. If you still in here, Miss Bones, man, if you want to join the panel tonight, yeah, we'd love to have you up here because I want to ask you about the mass shooting in Canada, man, that happened. I want to ask you just about the area. I know the town was like 2,400 people. They said like 11 people were unalived, and it was in Canada. And I want to talk about the gun buyback. I think Mark Carney has a gun buyback going for you guys. I'm just trying to figure out the situation there. Trying to figure out the situation over there. So if you could join this panel, if you get some time, we'll greatly appreciate that.
Safe? Yeah. Does it mean that we think she's going to listen? No, but we deserve the chance as citizens of the country. She also said, you're talking about
Why is it talking fast?
The FBI.
All right. OG Yosemite, what to do? Welcome to the stage. Steve, welcome to the stage.
What up, Plug? What's going on? What's up, family? What's up, chat?
What up,
Welcome
Plug?
to the panel. How is everybody doing this evening?
What up, Yosemite? How you doing, man? Good.
I'm good, Steve. Good to hear from you, brother.
Oh, it's good to hear from you too, my brother.
Plug, it's like I said, it wasn't nothing
I
that
think you
we
got
knew.
a TV up, OG. Can you cut the TV down a little bit?
Yeah.
We can't really hear you with it.
Okay.
All
Can
right,
you hear me
got
now?
it?
Okay,
Yeah,
what I was
good.
gonna say is, Plug, this is nothing that we didn't expect. This ain't nothing that we didn't think we was going to see. I hate that we're seeing it in this day and time because I never thought that I would live to see this, but it's rearing its ugly head, and all it is Rome all over again, brother. That system never left this civilization, and we're just a modern day Rome. We got to accept it for what it is.
So if we're modern day Rome, I'd say Trump is Caligula. So we got a ways to go. We ain't quite got to Nero yet, but we're definitely in a place where we have a horrible leader who's doing horrible things, and it's probably going to end poorly for him.
Oh, I agree with you totally, Steve. I don't think we at the end of the road. This is just the beginning.
Yep.
But boy, it's a steep ass slope from here. You know what I mean?
The fear and greed in the crypto market right now is lowest as probably that I've damn near ever seen it. It didn't get this low before the FTX crash. It didn't get this low before the pandemic. Like it didn't get this low ever, man. Like the fear and greed is like at a 5 or a 4.
Well, as far as this is my opinion about the crypto market, is that it doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. It doesn't give a fuck about anything. It's going to sit and it's going to do what it's going to do. You can try to bend it a little bit and corrupt it. Like Trump wants to make money for his family and himself because it's himself in the end on the crypto market, and that's why he's completely manipulating the market right now. So that's what we're seeing. But like Michael Saylor says, don't buy Bitcoin now and don't look at it for 10 years. So 10 years from now is what I want to see where the market is. I think the market's going to suffer as long as for the next year, maybe even next 2 years. But after that, it's going to make a correction and it'll continue to go on its normal path.
But I think we can all agree on one thing, Steve, and that is the greed, the corruption, the hidden behind closed doors has been going on for centuries. And who was us to think that it was going to stop in this modern day and time? I always have one simple saying, Steve, for me, and that is history is evidently doomed to repeat itself. We've the good Lord gave it to us a long time ago.
Listen, OG, I seen go ahead.
I'm pretty sure that Mark Twain said the history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme.
Right, and I seen Michael Saylor over there sweating bullets talking about he's gonna refinance that Bitcoin debt if it gets below 8K, and I'm sitting here like Michael Saylor, who the fuck is gonna refinance it? If Bitcoin go to 8K, man, who the fuck is gonna refinance for you, bro?
So this is what will happen. The worst case with Bitcoin. Like I haven't followed Michael Saylor for about a couple of months now. I don't know what he's saying. I got to look that up. But the truth is that in the long run, what will happen is this is the last chance for individuals to really get involved in Bitcoin. Eventually, Bitcoin's going to get to the point that's only going to be because the only first
Man,
off,
listen,
Michael's.
I'm gonna tell you, Steve, not to cut you off, but they've been saying that shit. This is the third cycle I've heard that. I'm just
So
gonna be honest with you. This is the
so
third cycle I've heard it.
Michael Saylor's company, MicroStrategy, is the largest holder of Bitcoin. Period. They have
And
700,000 Bitcoin.
he has right, and he has a lot of incentive to say that this is the last time it's gonna be there. And I'm just gonna be all the way real. Michael
Yeah.
Saylor's been saying that same tune for a long time.
So in
Just
2013,
like the
Michael's.
XRP army's been hollering about 589 forever. I mean, I've been around, man. I was with the Bearable Bull, the fucking Riddles and shit, man. I was with what's the other guy? Not Bearable Bull, but Bearable Guy, and what's the other one? The Riddlers over there, man. I'm telling you, I was in deep, bro. I've heard this shit. This is the third time. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Bitcoin's going to 8K. I think it's going to 25 for damn sure though, and fill that CME gap because 90 to 95 CME percent of CME gaps get filled.
I mean, I hope it does go to 8K. It doesn't matter. The lower Bitcoins go, the more I'm going to buy because in
And
the
then
end,
this is another thing too. We have to talk. We got to talk about the ETFs, grayscale, the fractionalization of Bitcoin, lending against Bitcoin. It's like it's a lot, but we don't got to get into that. We could talk about that on the back end, Steve. I think they came here to hear us talk about something else.
yeah, people tune out when we talk about Bitcoin too much. But yeah, so I don't want to wait too much on it. But all I'm going to say is that it doesn't matter what happens today or tomorrow because Bitcoin is a decade thing. What matters is look at Bitcoin today, look at it 10 years ago, and look at 10 years before that. That's all that matters. You know, just put it away and don't look at it anymore, and you'll be fine. But again, MicroStrategy is the largest holder of Bitcoin, so it matters. One of the largest holders of Bitcoin at one time was Tesla, and because people think Elon's smart, Elon's not that smart. Elon is just at the right place at the right time, kind of like Jeffrey Epstein was. And Elon Musk sold his Bitcoin that Tesla had, and they kind of took a loss in it. And then it had his big bear market, and look at it now. He sold it at like 18,000. So now, and then it went to 80,000, even if it's 60,000. So Bitcoin's going to be just fine. Bitcoin is not a person. Bitcoin doesn't care about your feelings. It is a community of miners. If nothing more, there's 1.5 million miners in Bitcoin. 1.5 million miners in Bitcoin. So in the end, it doesn't really matter because also all that matters. That community will stay together after all this is said and done. And if the world collapses, all those miners can have digital currency. And I only point that out because this is what I can't. Who's the guy that owns Berkshire Hathaway? You know what I'm talking about?
We know you're talking about Warren Buffett, but listen,
Warren Buffett. Hear me out. This is what Warren Buffett said about Coca-Cola. He goes, people are always going to want to buy Coca-Cola because there's a market for it. See what I'm saying?
what
So
I'm
that's the
saying
same
is,
with
Steve,
Bitcoin.
everybody's leaving. We wasn't trying to go down this Bitcoin rabbit hole.
Yeah, let's get back to Epstein.
Right. Or we
Hey,
can talk about the topic. The topic of the live is should Pam Bondi be fired, and we're talking about ICE leaving Minnesota, and we're talking about Westmore, Gavin Newsome, or Kamala. Somebody just left the stage. OG just left. My bad,
OG, I wanted to hear his
Go
piece
ahead.
on all three of those.
I did too.
Who does join? I'll let them go first.
Carlos, what it do? Talk to me.
Carlos, what's up, dog? We lost Carlos. All right, I'll answer my three, and then those guys will come back on, and then they can each answer. Should Pam Bondi be fired? Of course, she should be impeached, but she won't be. Trump won't impeach her until the last because he doesn't want to deal with that again. So that's that. This thing, ICE. What about ICE leaving? I think ICE should have never gone to Minnesota in the first place. I mean, they've already killed 2 people, so the sooner they got, the better. I only want to see them be prosecuted for what they did. You know, again, remember that that after Breonna Taylor got killed, we got the Breonna Taylor Act. After George Floyd got killed, we got the George Floyd Act. After the George Floyd Act,
So
300. Go ahead.
so let me stop you right there. So was it worth it?
No, what ICE did, no, it wasn't worth it for the administration.
Tom Homan said that they sent 3,000 agents down there. Out of the 3,000 agents, they got 4,000 arrests and 3,300 missing kids were found. And I'm asking you, was Operation Surge worth it?
No, it wasn't, and I think he's lying, and let me explain why. Have you heard one single family coming forward and saying publicly, hey, thank you for rescuing my kid?
That's what I said.
No, you won't. So we can't even believe the numbers. Their number, first off, we know that they're lying. We know that he took bribe money and denied it. So now he's going to tell the truth about this. He said he didn't take the money. Of course he didn't. They have it on videotape, and Pam Bondi threw away the videotape. So you know But again, my point is that they lie about everything. Like the reason they had to drop, like there was a shooting in Chicago, and the prosecutors dropped the charge when they saw the tape. They're like, we're not going forward with this. So nothing that they say is the truth. Everything they're saying is a lie. All the numbers are a lie. What they've done is a lie. I don't believe any of it. So no, it wasn't worth it. I mean, they could have done the exact same thing if they had gone there and says, we're going to work with you guys, work with the state, work with Governor Walz, and we want to do it the proper way. We're going to take our mask off. We want you to tell us where we should go. We'll work together, and we'll get the gangs out first. We'll get the violent criminals out next, and then we'll go to it. If they had done that, it would have been a success, but they didn't do that. We know they didn't. They went and shot innocent civilians instead. They were protesting. So now, I mean, I don't know.
All right.
Go ahead. That's all I got.
We'll hear from Carlos before we get into the second part. Everybody on Debate Nation, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Double tap the screen, shut up, live out. If you're on the Plug Station channel, all super chats will be read aloud. Carlos, talk to me, man. Should Pam Bondi be fired, and how do you feel about ICE getting out of Minnesota?
I think the ICE getting out of Minnesota was going to happen. I mean, it's too much attention to it at this point. There's too much commotion, too much drama to it. It's a losing battle for the White House right now.
So why did they initially go there?
Why did they initially go there? I think they went there to try to get criminals out. I think they went there with the right intentions, possibly, but they didn't do it correctly.
I think they went there because Nick Shirley made a viral video and Elon Musk retweeted it, and J.D. Vance said he's the best thing since sliced bread. I think that's why they went there. That's just my take on it. Next, welcome to the stage.
But I also think it was to feed a storyline. Why are they not doing that in Florida? Florida has a lot more illegal immigrants. California has a lot more illegal immigrants. Texas has a lot more illegal immigrants.
But why can't? But look at why they're not going to go to Florida. Florida's Trump's state, because the people that have the farms there, where they're going to get those immigrants off of, those guys told Trump not to come there. So Trump's not serious about it. He just went after the blue states. He's not going after.
That's what I'm saying.
Real crime.
It's a show.
That's a fact.
It's a show to say blue state's bad, red state's good.
Political discrimination.
I don't even think it's a show. State's bad, red state's good. I think it was more of a show of, this is what we'll do. This is how far we'll go. We'll come in. We'll do what the fuck we feel needs to be done. I believe it was a show of force. It was a show of, this is what we're gonna have our way. We're gonna have our will with whatever we see fit. Jacob Frey, we feel like that you're not running your city right. We're gonna come in. Tim Walz, we feel like you're not running your state right. We're gonna come in. But the entire thing that my point is, it started with Somali fraud. How many Somalis went to jail?
None.
How many of those areas are still operational?
All of them, as far as we know.
How many of those autism centers are still operational?
What was the last question?
How many of those autism centers are still operational?
I think all but one. I think one did close down.
How many?
So do you guys think the $9 billion is real?
Let me finish. Let me walk this down. How many of those transportation companies are still open?
I think all of them are, as far as I know. I don't think they shut any of those down.
That's what I'm saying. So the initial reason that they went down there didn't get accomplished. We have 2 American citizens dead, but we have 4,000 quote unquote undocumented off of the street. Now, are how many of these 4,000 do y'all think will actually get deported?
I mean,
Well,
first
if
off,
they're Venezuelan, probably not a lot. They're probably going to sit over in that camp until we get enough people passing through these judges. He fired all the judges on his first term so that the process would be slow on purpose. Now, since then, I mean, Biden bought some back, but not all of it. And then he fired more. So the judges, along, because when he made it that you're an illegal now, even though you weren't before, now they're basically stateless because they don't go back to Venezuela's, and they're here because they're a what's the magic word?
Temporary protected status, asylum.
Yeah, temporary protected status. Now they got to put them in the camp.
well, that's assuming that they're all from Venezuela. What if none of them are from Venezuela?
I'm gonna give you.
No, that can be El Salvador. That can be Guatemala. That can be all of that stuff.
I'm trying to land this plane home. So now we got the 4,000 immigrants. We don't know how many of those are actually going to get deported because I haven't heard Jacob Frey or Tim Wall say that they're going to let them go into jails and do what they're going to do. So now let's move to the missing children. 3,300 missing children, right? What happens
Allegedly
to the kids? Where do the kids go? Are they put with the new sponsor? Are they put back in the system? If we're going to say that they came in through the border undocumented, where are their family members? How are they? What is going on? Nobody thought to ask when they tout these numbers on how many kids they rescued. Nobody thought to ask, well, where are they now?
No one can ask.
With their family, like, why is nobody asking that?
The Congress ain't even allowed to go in there.
Yeah, not only that. Look,
this is on the heels of Epstein.
Listen to Donald Trump. If they ask him, like, where are these kids from? He won't answer the question. He'll yell at them. He'll say that you're not real news. He'll avoid the question. He won't answer the question. Pam Bondi won't answer questions. No one in this administration is being held accountable for anything. That's what's going on right now.
Hey, so last calendar year, I forget when, maybe it was in Texas as well, if my memory is correct, but there was a story that got on the headlines of National, and it was talking about how a sheriff got killed by a deputy, and the deputy had a daughter who went to jail and then got the R word, and it was a sex ring that was being ran in the jail by the sheriff, and the deputy found that out. The wife killed her. The mother the daughter, I believe, killed herself or something like that. So then the dad went over and killed that man.
He killed him in his office, right?
Killed him in the office on camera. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. So that's real life. That I'm not talking about Epstein. It doesn't have to be connected to Epstein. What I'm saying is that's just one little sheriff office and one little corner of USA. We got all these missing fucking kids in a camp full of a bunch of fucking roided out wannabe Nazis. Not all of them, but half of them, the new ones, the ones that ain't got no motherfucking, stripes. They definitely want to be Nazis. That's all they're here for.
One thing too, y'all, while we on this live over here, I am still streaming on the main channel, so let's not get us demonetized. So I appreciate you for saying great, though. Next, go ahead.
Hey, where's Miss Bones, by the way? Tell her to join the panel, please. I want to hear from her.
Hey, Bones, but I'm just saying that is what I am the most worried about right now. That shit scares me. Because it doesn't have to be a conspiracy. That's just human nature, and the fact that you're allowing that human nature to happen, meaning you want it to happen, you're authorizing it to happen, it's scary.
I mean, that's a very good point. Like, in my observation so far, this administration has shown that they do not have any ethics and they don't have a moral backbone. So just like you're saying, not like this command climate, if they're looking at the top and saying, hey, they're going to let billionaires get away with anything, let us push the button. We're doing something illegal here. Let's just keep doing it forward. Let's just keep screaming Trump's a great guy, and we won't get prosecuted either. So yeah, you make a very scary point there, Next. That's very scary because you're right. That's just one little thing. Who knows what else is going on that they're not even talking about because they're keeping us distracted with all this
I'm
other
from
stuff.
Hernando County. I was a kid for the STAR program. Nobody's going to know what I'm talking about. But in Hernando County and Pasco County, there's this thing called the STAR program. I was in, dude, my house was getting phone tapped, and I could hear my Puerto Rican neighbor who lived 2-3 blocks down. You had to turn twice to get to her house. And I could hear other Puerto Ricans on the phone in Florida, in Hernando County, at the same time that the federal government was suing our government. We got another lawsuit in Florida talking about stingrays because they're using stingrays no matter what. They like when you go into these little towns in Florida and your shit ain't working right, that's because there's a stingray there. That ain't because of tin. But what I'm saying is these are like little isolated things that have nothing to do with the bigger thing that we're all scared about, the big O-E, the big O Epstein. But this is just how it's rolling. And it's like, well, how do you think it's going to continue to roll when you get it up to the federal level if these are the attitudes? Like I was in jail, and when I was in jail in Florida years and years ago, the jail got raided by the federal government because of shit that was going on. This was in Obama time because they were literally doing a little sex thing and everything. And then the feds found out a bunch of different things. I forget what exactly, but it was all over the news, had many different things to do with many different things. But that was just, and these type of people who were the correctional officers and who were the sheriffs, I'm not saying all the cops are bad at all. I'm saying these types of people, they're the types of people who join ICE to go specifically to Minnesota. They're the ones who sign up for that shit and say, hey, sign me up. I want that. That's the scary part. But anyway, let me get off of that because now I'm talking around in circles. But that's always on my mind whenever I hear all this stuff. I connect it into like a more human way that, it doesn't really have to be a conspiracy. But I mean, you know?
Yeah, I mean, so just on what Net said, I'm glad this ICE thing is ending in up there, because he's absolutely right. I mean, they basically brought 2,000 guys who have no moral compass, who had no background checks. Some of them had felonies, and they brought them up there to do exactly what he just said.
Now the next thing is voting. How you think that's going to go?
I'm gonna push back on y'all. It pissed me off that they left like that. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Because it takes us back to the beginning of this, and it lets me know that it was all theatrics to begin with. The mission is failed. We all knew that. That's why I started this question off. Hold on. Yes, I don't think those people should have been killed. But if we're gonna be here and we're gonna tout all of these kids that got picked up, got saved out the streets, we need to know what's going on with the kids. Are they safe and sound home? Give us at least a follow up on that. When it comes to the 4,000 people, we still don't know if it's going to be another catch and release situation. So are we going to be 3-4 months down the road and they get ready to go right back to Minnesota? If some shit like that. And more than all, they got up out of there because they held up the funding.
Well, okay, so first off,
the money.
One thing about this is that of the alleged 4,000 that they've arrested, you got to consider this. Number one, they were going to courthouses, and people that had asylum hearings, they were being arrested on site. Okay, so they're here legally. There's guys here seeking asylum here legally. If they're doing the proper paperwork, these guys arrested those. So a lot of these are going to get thrown out because what I heard that they're doing is holding these guys right now in these locations, these black sites, and they're waiting for them to say, "I quit. I'll go back to my country." And so that's what they're trying to do right now. So of the 4,000, we don't know how many are actual real criminals. Number one. Number two, on the children.
This is another thing. Another reason I'm mad that they left. They never even tackled the problem they came there for to begin with.
What was the problem?
They came there for some damn fraud about some other, and we haven't heard anything else about it. Nothing.
So what does that tell you?
We won't hear nothing about it, Plug.
That's what I'm saying. It's the theatrics that lets me. The reason I'm not saying I'm mad because ICE isn't on the streets doing what they're doing. I'm mad because I realize now, we might have been known it, but now it's confirmed that this shit was theatrics, in the words of Pam Bondi. This shit was theatrics. They went out there, they had Bovino put on the fucking the army green pea coat and sit up there and call everybody domestic terrorists and shit. Unalive Renee Good, Alex Pretty, 4,000 people. A lot of, according to Friars and a couple other people, these people were getting snatched, going in the pickup lines at schools and damn immigration hearings and shit. Yeah, they got a few people off the street that were some really bad guys, but was it worth it? Was it justified? And why hasn't the main goal, the main reason y'all went there, none of that shit's been taken care of? If the Somalis was fraud, they ass still fucking frauding right now.
So the anger that you're feeling right now, that's the anger that we were all feeling back at the beginning because we knew this was all a hoax. Like the whole thing, like that kid, I forget his name, but the little
thesis is not a hoax.
Say what?
The thesis is not a hoax.
But well, again, the thesis is built on a hoax because that Shirley kid's not a reporter. That Shirley kid is some guy that they got, some plant. They sent him up there.
Listen, man, my child's in ABA.
Let me finish this.
ABA exists and it's doing a service.
He goes up there.
I could tell you the problem with the ABA, how even a good ran ABA is,
what is ABA?
By definition a scam. It's the autism shits, behavioral whatevers.
Okay, but it's like this. That's not the point. The point was he went up there and he makes this. The guy's not a reporter.
That's not the point to ICE, but I'm saying that the thesis that is going on is true, and that is an issue that America does have to deal with as well.
Okay, well
you're right about Minnesota. I don't know what's going on with Minnesota.
But that's going on.
They left the door open. Nothing got resolved. The moment this funding and shit goes through, or whatever happens, man, they can go right back out there. You know why? Because nothing was resolved. Tim Wall,
I agree.
Jacob Ford never said nothing about them going in the damn jails and getting the people, man. Nothing resolved. 4,000 people. How big is the fucking state of Minnesota?
Hey, let me just reiterate the point that I'm trying to make, which isn't arguing with your point. I just want to make this point because I think it's a healthy thing to see. Just like how nothing got resolved, the swamp is still here, and Doge never really happened. They just took Doge to fire a bunch of people, fire the IRS, so that the rich people can do more stuff.
Okay, well, let me go a little deeper on that Doge thing. Well, off subject a little bit, but what Doge did, the reason why he paid $300 million to Donald Trump to do that was because there was 11 investigations into just Elon Musk for corruption, for abuse of his
Once
of his
again,
employees.
you're mishearing me though. You're mishearing me though. What I'm saying is the pledge of Drain the Swamp, the pledge of Doge, and the pledge of what we're talking about, how ICE did not finish what they came there for in Minnesota. Those pledges are still real things that we still have to fight for. And you MAGA peoples, which are my brothers, need to realize, like MTG has, that this shit is a scam and he is the swamp. That is my main point. My main point is I knew this from the beginning, but a lot of other people don't. That's my only point, and then I'll stop talking about it. But I just want that to be crystal clear.
Okay, I got that point totally, and we're kind of in agreement on that. But my difference is that none of it was real. It was just hate.
No,
hate
the
and
issue
phobia.
is real.
Let me finish. Then I'll get to your point. But it was just hate and phobia. That's why he targeted certain groups. Of course, there's abuse in the system. Of course, there may be abuse in the AB program. I don't know, but it's nationwide. He would never
There's
look
abuse in Medicaid.
He would never. Okay, well,
there's abuse in military.
Well,
these are still the issues that were popping in 2024.
Let me finish. In Medicaid, I'll use that for example. Okay,
we need to keep it popping,
bro. Let me finish. Trump went to. There was a guy in Florida. You can look this up. Was charged $1.5 billion in Medicaid fraud. Trump pardoned him. So this exists. But he not only is the swamp, he's protecting the swamp. He doesn't care about fraud. He pardoned the guy for $1.5 billion in Florida for Medicaid fraud. So no, there's nothing. We get rid of USAID.
Yes.
we get
I
rid of
know.
USAID. Okay, we get rid of USAID.
Trump
There's
is the
one.
swamp. He
There's
has
one.
always been the swamp.
There's one. I know. There's 1% fraud. 1% fraud in USAID. Why did he get rid of it? Because Putin told
I
him
don't
to.
believe that, man.
It doesn't
Literally,
matter
the
what you believe,
government
dude.
of Peru
They're the
thanked
number one,
us
bro.
that
Stop. They're the
this
stop.
stuff
They're
went
the.
away.
Let me finish. They're the
I
number
got
one.
people in Colombia
Let me
that
finish, dude. Let me
their
finish.
news tells them,
Let me
hey, this is
finish.
good.
Let me finish. They're the number one audited organization in the government. Number one. There is one, and Bernie Sanders had to talk about this. There's 1% fraud in it. The military has a much higher thing. Did they go after the military? No. The
Absolutely
military
not.
has like 25% fraud in it. Okay, USAID had 1% fraud. It was helping kids,
Man, the
and he
military.
stopped that.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
getting back to what I was talking about was back to Minnesota. So that Chris Shirley guy kid goes there, and like he says, this is what Trump needed, a distraction from the Epstein files, and that's what that's what I think Minnesota was all about. It was a distraction from the Epstein files. As it worked like a charm. And that's all this was about. That's how bad these files are. And in the meantime, what happened? Pam Bondi and 1,000 agents audited out Trump's name, which is mentioned 1,000,000 times in the Epstein files. 1,000,000 times. And instead of taking out the women that were in there, they took out the men and they left the pictures of the girls. They're naked, exposed, with their names, the social security numbers. There might be 4,000 missing kids, but I guarantee you, you will not hear a single family coming forward and saying, thank you for finding my kid, because they didn't find any kids. They didn't find 4,000 kids. They're just saying that all these are just lies. So no, I hear what you're thinking. That none of these are real.
No, the issue is real.
Okay, where?
Our deficit is way higher than it needs to be. Our issue is very real. And what I'm saying is, yes, the Epstein is fired, and we should fire our current government because of the Epstein. But as we move forward, we have to keep our eye on the ball, which is make America great in general.
Bro. Okay, well, Make America Great is much different than Make America Great Again. I agree on that. And the thing is that we're not doing it. Like, let me give you an example. I'm off the subject a little bit here, Plug, but we were talking about. Say what?
I was giving a shout out. Go ahead.
I was when we were talking about the electric car, and you're asking why. Like I think every city could have an electric car mandate. California had an electric car mandate back in the 80s, and their goal was to, by the year 2000, to have all the roads on electric cars. Why? Because it makes it simple. San Francisco is on an electric car grid, and it could have been done, but Bill Clinton killed it because he took money from the oil lobbyists. Fast forward to 2025, Donald Trump's doing the same thing. Like first off,
electric car mandate.
Oil is subsidized. Let me say, the oil companies are all being subsidized by the government, all of them. So I'm opposed to that. In the subsidies right now for oils, and instead, the reason why we want more for electric cars is we want to encourage people to have electric cars. And you guys all heard of BYD, right? You guys have. You know what BYD is, right? They're next.
Of course.
So I'll tell the audience, I'll tell the chat. So look up BYD. BYD is a Chinese company that makes a great electric car.
Electric car mandates in certain places, like maybe it does make sense in Cali, but that shit that wouldn't make sense in like the North or the Midwest, like in the snow.
Yes,
and
it
shit
will.
Like that.
It'll make sense everywhere.
Hold on, can I finish my point? Like we seen motherfuckers going to the gas station to use generators to charge their cars. Now solar could get at a point we could say solar, but like let's be real, the solar mandate is already killed too. So that plane has been left the station. So it's just not viable for everywhere in the country, like throughout all of this weather and shit, just to go fully electric. It's not.
Well, my point is that it can be in certain places. So let's work on where it can be. So you can look this up online. There's a picture in 1910 and 1920 of downtown New York City. In 1910, you see one car and nothing but buggies as far as the eye can see. All right. By 1920, there's no more buggies at all. It's just cars.
and that could happen. Right, that should have happened with the electric cars already. Now,
But that's the
Yeah,
difference.
but
Because you're
electric, the
comparing.
batteries.
Hold on, because he's comparing a car to a buggy and a car to a car. That's not. It's
Yeah,
a car to a buggy and a car to a car.
in China right now, that's the exact same thing is happening, and eventually, most Americans will have, especially like I'm not talking country. I'm talking just in the big cities. Okay, let's focus on only the cities. As far as country goes, let them have cars, But if they want to, but the thing is, if you have a car
why?
for the
That
city,
makes no sense.
if you have
Just
a car
because
for
you're in the country,
well, so
I
now
think the
what am I
cold
saying?
is more of an issue than the country.
Well, again, what I'm saying is that if you're living in a rural area, like out in San Bernardino or in California, let's talk just California, or out in like Barstow, you might want to have a regular car. But if you're in the city where you don't go more than 5 miles a week, the only place you go
You
from
have
here to work
range.
and back. That's where you want to have electric
Range
cars.
is not
Yeah,
the
no, but
issue.
that's not true neither. That's
That's
not true,
right.
Steve.
Then that's the
I
same thing.
traveled.
It's like what's next? It's like then it'll be you don't need a car at all. Ride your scooter, ride your bike. You're only in a 5 mile radius anyway. What the fuck do you need
Yeah,
a car for? Period.
that's what we
That
want to
is
get
the
to.
future,
That's
though.
what Europe does.
Why not just ban? Fuck it,
Yeah, but
ban
I'm in
cars.
the city,
If we're
Steve.
gonna
I
ban a certain
traveled.
type of car, ban cars.
I traveled
Sounds
14
crazy
miles
though.
today. 14 miles. It took me about 2 hours.
And imagine how much easier it'd be
Maybe you
if
should
you
have
had
got on
bikes.
a bicycle,
Yeah,
Carlos. You would have
my
come back
problem is that
to
ship has sailed with the bikes, man. I wish we made our streets more with the bikes, but we've been sucking oil dick for like 100 years.
I'm in Miami. That thing of the city, 5 miles. No, 5 miles could take me an hour, hour and a half.
Yup. Yeah, I'm from Orlando, exactly.
So
Just to get
again,
from one side of the city to another corner of the city, not even the other side of the city, that's an hour. Like just to
I
go to
mean,
Walmart.
in Southern California, they used to have an electric system, right? So
it's
there
like
was like
why
trolley
not?
cars.
But people have a choice now. And I think that if people wanted to drive electric cars, they would.
No, they
Oh, you don't
can't.
got
That's
a
I
part of the
don't want to
point.
choice.
go.
No, they can't. They can't.
Hey,
They can't.
no, time out. Can we buy a car that doesn't have power windows?
I don't know. Can you? I don't know.
I mean,
It's
So
like
what
this.
type of
I can
choice
go
do
out.
we have?
Listen, hold on. I can go buy a box Chevy, a Bubba Caprice, a damn two-door Cutlass anywhere in Arkansas right now, or to Texas. Yes,
Can
I
you?
can
You
buy
can't buy.
cars without power windows.
That's a
But you
used
can't buy.
car.
You can't buy BYD though. You
Hold
can't buy
on, it don't
BYD.
gotta be used. It don't gotta be used. I can
You can buy
go.
a brand new car with a.
Plug.
I can go
Are
get
you,
a bubble. I know where. Right, listen, hold on. Y'all keep asking me, but I'm trying to tell you. Yes, they have pristine cars. I'm talking about still got the factory plastic on them bitches from the 80s, from the 90s, from the early
Yeah, but you see the
2000s,
point that I'm making.
man.
You see the point that I'm making, though.
no, what's the point you're making? I don't do the point
You
you're
have
making.
an
I'm making
option.
the point
You
is you
have an
don't have to make
option.
the cars illegal. You could just start building the car. It could start from the top of the river, not the
Yeah.
bottom, upstream,
Yeah,
downstream.
but we also got to talk
You
about the
could
fact
solve
that the
the issue
batteries in the
upstream. And
cars
if we
only
solve
last
the
about
issue
7
upstream,
years.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
it's more
Yeah, no,
about
but
electrification.
A lot of these like I just was with speaking to a person, man, and the motherfucker was telling me that he had to replace his battery in his EV twice. You know what I'm saying? And like
and those batteries
that's
run
the
you 20
shit.
grand.
Okay, but there's a reason why, and that's because they like. So what I'm trying to say is,
S curve.
if we had BYD cars in the country right now, I could get a car for $5,000, a BYD. And when that car's done, I say, give me a new BYD. That's what I want. I want a $3,000 electric car. I want a $5,000 electric car. I don't want
So it's not even
$45,000
about being
Tesla.
electric, it's about the price point. It's not, is it about electric or is it about the price point?
It's the price range. Like China's already done it. See, and this is
And
Nah,
what's
to me,
happening
it
right
would
knock
be
now.
about 5
electric.
grand.
Free
So
trade is
now
over.
we're conflating the conversation. So like what is the value? If you had to choose one, would you choose price point or would you choose the EV over the gas? Like it's like shit, all gas cars have to go away, period, or would you care if it was just cheap cars, period? Because it sounded like you're having two different fights right now. You
No, if
want electric cars, is what you're saying, but you're really having a problem with the price point. of
Let me
electric
explain. I'll make it
cars.
real quick. I'll make it real quick. I'll make it real easy. Right now, the electric cars are being built so cheap in China that you can get a car for $5,000, and China says if we can transport the U.S., we can make it for $3,000. Now, if you can make me a regular gas guzzler for that kind of money, and I'm getting good gas mileage on it, I'll buy the same thing. But it doesn't happen with an electric car. I can plug. I don't buy gas no more. It's done. Boom, no more gas forever. Look at how high our gas bills are. All right, that's why I want. If you make gas free, this wouldn't be a problem. But they make profit on us on every possible angle, including gas, and that's why I want electric cars,
But
and that's
It
why they
will
don't
be a
want electric
problem.
cars here.
So hold on. So what does somebody like Shell do? Shell just called in and said they upped her electric bill because they put a data center in there from going from like $100 to like $500-600 now, and that's what they're fighting. So what do you say to somebody like her that doesn't have an option to go get a gas car anymore?
But again, this
Just
is the
stuck
problem
in
with our country. Now we're
That's
screwed
why
right
we
now.
can't
Right now, we're
forget
absolutely
those.
screwed.
but hold on. Before we just keep going there, I'm trying to keep it on topic without moving the goalpost or something. I'm saying that she's in the city. She's in a city. She's not in a rural area. She's in the city. And her gas bills her light bills going through the roof, her electricity because of data centers. So
Yeah.
making the cars cheap's not going to solve her problem.
No, it's not
Yes, it will.
No, it wasn't. Like, first off, anything that helps her to reduce her costs is going to make her problem. She's got a much bigger problem, and that's these data centers. Her problem is that these companies are coming in and they're buying up all the utilities, and then they're jacking those utilities up, and there's no regulation on them. When Trump kills regulation, it hurts her. She's absolutely screwed.
No, it's not the regulation; it's the commissioners of the
No,
counties
there is no regulation.
or
That's the point.
districts.
There's no regulation. They can charge as much as they want to on this, and
Now,
that's the
listen.
problem.
You know about the elected comptrollers or commissioners, the electric commissioners? Do you understand
Yeah.
how that works?
So,
How
but
they have to build new assets in order to charge new prices, and the commissioners allow it, and they're voted on in most places. That is the
but
problem. We seen that in Georgia last year. That they elected the correct people and they made a big hoorah about it. But in other places like Indiana, they did not make a big hoorah about it. The commissioners sided with the AI companies, and basically the AI companies told the commissioners to build out the electric grid or the electric capacity or whatnot. And because that money was capital, then in order to place that capital, then the electric company gets to place a surcharge on our people. That is the problem. That once again, we cannot forget about Doge. We cannot forget about draining the swamp. Yes,
Doge is
Trump was a
a
failure.
fucking joke, dude. Doge
Hey,
was only
fellas.
designed to do one thing.
Understood. I understand that, but I am talking about the forest, not the trees.
Hey, Steve. Hey, fellas.
Why was Trump elected? Because of
Hey,
that issue.
Emily.
Let's not
No,
leave that
because he
energy.
lied.
Hey,
He lied.
fellas,
Of course he lied,
I hear
but he
everything.
lied by convincing people a certain
Of a-
energy. We have to
Hey,
keep that
fellas.
energy.
Fellas,
Hey,
I
good.
hear everything y'all saying, but I'm gonna tell y'all why I agree with what Plug is saying. Why I agree with the fact that we don't need more energy efficient electric cars and we need to keep the old school muscle. I got a 3-letter phrase for y'all that will deaden everything that y'all talking about. And this is something that a lot of people ain't thinking about. EMP. Do y'all know what EMP stands for?
Yeah, but that's
The
in the middle of a
EMP will
war.
blow up your car
Okay,
too, in theory, sir.
so this is what I'm saying. If we was all running off a total electric, all it takes is one neighboring faction or entity to drop an EMP and everything shuts the fuck down.
Okay,
Your
if they
car
drop a
We
has
got to be
nuclear
real
bomb, it's the
about it,
same
fellas.
thing. It's
We
the
got to be
same thing.
real about it, fellas.
No, but that's not a concern. That's not a concern. I can just replace my EMP drops, boom, my battery blows up. Like next thing, I'll give me a new battery next day. No big deal.
We have seen
No big
How
deal.
are you gonna
EMPs.
get a new battery? What are
For
we
real,
talking
that was a
about?
ridiculous statement,
Listen,
bro.
so
If
listen
an
here. That's
if an
why I'm saying.
EMT if an EMT drops tomorrow,
Hold on. I heard what you said. but you're saying replace a battery. When most Americans don't have $1,000, who the fuck has 10 bands to go replace a battery like that?
Or 2021, there's a supply chain chokehold on batteries. Like,
Who the fuck got
but
10,000
plug.
to just go drop another battery? See,
we don't got
you got a
10,000
gas car,
batteries.
go get-
Just hell.
Hold on.
Hey, but
Hold
plug,
on.
if an EMP
If you got
drops,
a gas
no
car, you
matter.
can go spend that $150, $200 and go buy you a new battery. When you happen to
Absolutely.
let and put it in yourself. Hold
But-
on,
but-
let me finish, OG. And put it in yourself. That $10,000 battery that's going in your EV, you're gonna have to go to the dealer. Guess what? The dealer ain't got shit for you. They're back to fuck up because everybody has to go to the dealer. You can't just replace those batteries like you can a regular car. And they're
But
not
plug,
cheap.
what I'm
You're
saying,
we're talking-
if an
we're talking-
EMP
we're talking
of
three different
enough
things.
size, I want y'all to hear this though. If an EMP of enough size drop, you ain't got to worry about batteries no more.
Bro,
See, this is what people don't understand.
what's the radius blast of an EMT?
The radius blast of an EMP can be from 10 kilometers to, depending on how big it is, it could knock out half of a fucking global network.
All right, if you drop one in the heart of Dallas, how far out would it go?
We have seen it done throughout time.
Bro, if you no EMT has ever been dropped in a public setting. But real quick, if you drop one in Dallas, how far would it go? Would it reach Austin? Yes or no?
But this is the point I'm making. NAM has been dropped, but if we get into a visible global domination, they can build one big enough that'll knock out the whole. Why do you think we so worried about the fucking old prehistoric power grid that we have?
Give me a grid. Give me a radius, because what you're saying is that
We're getting off topic, and I still got a point about some
because
cars.
if you drop one in Dallas, it's not even gonna affect.
It's about 400.
can't hear you,
no, hold on.
Texas.
It's about 400 miles. I just googled it.
An EMT blast will last for 400 miles.
That's what it says on Google.
Plug, you're muted.
So think about it. They build one big enough to knock out over half the fucking grid.
Plug, we can't hear
you.
you.
You are muted, Plug.
We can't hear you. Plug, we cannot hear you. We can't hear you, Plug.
It doesn't have
there
to.
You go.
The other channel. It doesn't have to be wartime, man. We've seen shit like this go on our own soil. We've just seen the government. We just seen Hegseth cut out all that shit, man. We just seen them use new laser technology to shoot down a fucking balloon that they thought was a drone. You know, we've seen them bomb Oklahoma, Tulsa. We just seen them use the damn new whatever sonic wave crowd control shit. So who's to say they don't fucking drop an EMP?
And they're talking about being able to turn off
affect the
vehicles.
entire country at once. It's not
They're
going to affect the
talking
entire
about
country.
being able to turn off vehicles if you're too drunk.
That's a different
matter
story.
if it affects the entire? Hold on. What does it matter if it affects the entire country at once? We're still talking about Americans.
Bro, we've never had, and so the reason why we're talking about
we've never had what bombs
let me finish.
dropped on U.S. soil by U.S. citizens, by U.S. people. We've never had what?
Where have we ever had an EMT drop in the United States? Refresh my memory.
I'm not saying an EMP. I'm saying they done drop some bombs. If they'll drop bombs, you don't think they'll drop an EMP?
No, because that's a war. That would take a war.
In Tulsa.
That
they
was
dropped
19.
bombs in Tulsa, and it wasn't no fucking war. It don't.
That was 1930.
What didn't you start? Did you not get on this panel and say history doesn't repeat, it rhymes? Did you not get up here and say that?
That was Americans on Americans, and it was basically that's very different.
He's saying that you would have crowd control EMP. That would be a crowd control.
Guys,
that would be a better crowd control than bullets.
I don't. You guys are talking about something that happened in the 1930s. Was Tulsa even 1930s? When was Tulsa? When was the Tulsa massacre?
I don't know, but then they also bombed in Philly in what, the 70s or 80s? Maybe
no.
60s?
Well,
yes, they did. They bombed the neighborhood.
Talking the weathermen when they hit them in the
no, I'm not talking that. They bombed like it's something about Black Panthers and shit.
Yeah, exactly. It was the weathermen. They were in a house and they burned the entire apartment complex down.
It's not an apartment complex. Philly got blocked. It's townhouses.
Look up the weatherman. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. That is what I was thinking. The weatherman was the Oklahoma peoples for some reason.
No,
No, I know that now. I just forgot.
It was there. There were actually a white terrorist organization who were hiding in a black neighborhood. That's what they. That's
There was a lot
they
of
were.
black people that died that day, buddy.
Yeah.
But
Oh
yeah,
no.
you're probably
Yeah.
right. I don't know, but I'm just
I
saying,
remember the
did they
story.
or did they
Yeah,
not
we're
bomb
going
it?
further and further away from the actual conversation.
Let's get
Yes,
back to the.
exactly,
Let's
and
get
I
back to the
still
main.
have a point from that.
Get back to your point. Get back to your point next.
Okay, if
Go.
I could get the floor for this one, because like I disagree that it's not a money thing. We do need to leave the engines. It is inevitable that will happen because it is simply more efficient. Now, I'm not saying that we have to have some harsh rules and stigmatize you loving your Chevy, because I completely understand that. Everyone completely understands that. What I'm saying is upstream, we can control upstream. And if we can control upstream, the important part is to make sure that our infrastructure is there first. And then we could talk about downstream. And then as far as China goes, no, I disagree. We should keep BYD over there, because the only reason why it's so cheap is because of currency manipulation. We need to make our currency more independent and build more in our country, starting from our upstream, starting from our infrastructure, so that we can handle this load. And we need to do it in a way that isn't like how the AI is doing it. We need to just build out, and this is what we need to print money for, not for Jews, not for all these other things. We need to print money to build out our infrastructure for the inevitable, which is electric cars, because it does take, and also it takes less energy for one. It just takes less kilowatts per mile. It just, in facts, it just does. It does more joules per watt of work.
Y'all
It
niggas
does.
are
That's facts.
apocalypse. Y'all niggas
So what-
be some terrible preppers.
Preppers.
Y'all
I mean,
niggas ain't ready for the flip. Y'all
it's like this.
man. They already talking about letting the cars shut themselves off. Any car made.
No,
after
yeah,
2026.
that's AI though. AI has nothing to do with electric. We had electric cars before we had engine motors. That's a fact too. We
But I'm
understood the
telling you,
electric engine,
hold on,
the
no,
electric
but
motor was created.
You're still talking, but I'm talking about Steve's point where he's talking about mandating shit. That's what I'm getting on, mandate.
Yeah, we need a mandate. We need a mandate upstream.
Can I respond? Let me respond to Plug. Let me respond to Plug real quick. This is what I'm trying to say. The mandate would be this. Look, we're going to subsidize you. If you want to get a car in the city, get a car in the city. If you want to keep your regular car, that's fine. But we're going to make it easy on you to get the cars. Now, some people can't afford.
Stop
some people
giving money to the oil companies. How about that?
Big time. Exactly. So we're agreeing on that.
Let the free market decide, because electric and motors are more efficient.
That's the problem. We're not letting the free market decide. So you're not now you're coming to my point, because the second that we block China, we no longer have the free market. In a real free market, China would bring their cars in. American manufacturers would be like, you know what, we got to beat that price, and we got to make a better car. And the second they did it, the Chinese cars would go away. Remember, the stuff used to be made in Japan. What happened? China made it cheaper and better, and everything got made in China. America could do the exact same thing, but we don't, because we don't have that mindset of innovation anymore.
But we run into the same problem. Doug Ford is over there talking about Chinese spy fucking cars. Man, you didn't see the Chinese cars they was driving. They was showing which cars was the police and shit. There's no telling what kind of spy shit they'll have up in there. So of course,
100%. Look at TikTok, dude.
That is also inevitable.
You don't think TikTok?
And that's an
TikTok
AI issue, not a battery issue, not an energy issue. Energy issue and AI issue are two different things.
We're gonna compare TikTok to a vehicle.
Well, let me explain why. Because TikTok was spying on you. All right. No, well, I'll get back to the cars, how it compares. TikTok was spying on you, but people didn't care about it because they got such good quality out what they were getting. All right. If you want to get rid of TikTok, just make something better in America. America's always made it better. And now we're to a point we don't make it better. Instead, we try to scare people and sanction it, and then terrorists so that it doesn't come here. But that's not.
Ford has not been better than a Tacoma for my whole life. What? Ford has not been better than a Tacoma for my whole life. F-150 is not superior to a Tacoma for my whole life.
And that's been the problem with America. Better. We don't make things better, exactly. And we're to the point.
That is why we are anti-free trade.
And that's exactly, and that's why we're anti-free trade, and that's what. So me and Next are on the same page on that big time. We need to get back to free trade. We need to make innovation in America, not just make a mandate, but the government should make
There
the
is no
batteries
such thing as free trade.
The government should make the batteries themselves so that they can make it for $100 a battery for people, and then give the batteries away. That's what we should be doing, and we should
that
make
is
it so that
upstream. We need
and
to
we should
first
make it,
refine, and then
and
we
we should
need
make
a
it,
mine,
and we should
and
make
then we
it that
need a
car.
warehouse.
Well, as far as that goes, we should make it so that car manufacturers can make cars easier and cheaper in America. That's because people care about one thing: price line. They want good quality, and they want a decent, fair price for it. Fuck Tesla. Tesla is so fucking expensive, and it's a piece of shit. Elon Musk has been making cars. That car's been big. It's not Elon's company.
Yeah, but that car's the only one doing it, though.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Let me explain. Tesla's been making cars since 2003. Okay, General Motors has been making cars since 1902. All right. The second General Motors makes an electric car, they've been making a car for much longer than Elon Musk has. They can make a better car, and all
No,
they do
they
is just
can't
add
make
a
a better
computer.
car, man. Their whole
Just add a computer
entire
to it.
factory is out of date compared to Tesla's.
But
Just that alone.
So did you follow?
Hold on. Y'all are acting like all these
Look, we kind of
manufacturers.
talking in circles. Go ahead.
Well,
Hey, I
let's
just
get out of
have
this loop.
one.
Let's get out of this
All
loop
these
then.
manufacturers are now making electric vehicles.
A lot of them are. Take a look. Who doesn't have an
Ford,
electric vehicle right now?
Toyota.
They're making 5, bro.
Yeah, who's not making an electric vehicle right now? Who's not making one? Tell me, who's not making an electric vehicle
No,
right
who's
now?
making mass production?
Ford,
It has a
Toyota,
scalable
Coming up
model
right now.
Honda.
for factories. Hey, but I just have one more thing about why electric cars are more affordable. Just remember that when you burn a gallon of gas, it disappears forever. And it is not free. We have to pump it out. When you take a solar panel and get the sun energy and then put that into your car, that is always for free. Yes, there is a price for the service, there is a price for the infrastructure, but the gasoline goes away
But
forever.
that
The
doesn't
sunlight is
exist
always
right
there.
now. But that doesn't exist right now.
But
There's a
that's the
lot of-
thing. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these charging stations aren't running, like all of them aren't running off solar power.
I agree. That's why I'm saying upstream.
Yeah, but
You
we're talking
can't
about
look
a
at
lot
the
of.
current
We're talking
state of
about a
things and
lot
think
of
that that's the
ifs and
state of the art
shoulds
of
and
the
this
future.
and that.
Guys, one at a time. I couldn't hear who was talking over you next. You
There's
two
a
are.
Dirty
lot of
sock on,
ifs.
man. It's like that's like putting a dirty sock on, man. It's like, yeah, you got a sock on, but that bitch stale and it stank, man. Like, what are we talking
That's
about?
like telling Eisenhower he was crazy for building the highways.
Exactly. That's a fucking excellent point. Excellent point. People said that, dude. They were like, "That's what a waste of money. What a waste of time."
No,
But it was actually
that's
look
the
at now.
No, the thing is that y'all are trying to force something on us, and me and Yosemite's point is just let it be. Just let it be.
Look,
if people want to buy electric cars, let them buy electric. If people want to buy gas, let them buy gas.
Okay, then get
Y'all
rid
are
of
trying
gas
to
subsidies.
do away with it, and I'm telling. Get rid of gas subsidies. Get rid of
Yeah.
whatever, man.
Get rid of all subsidies right now.
If you're
My point is not to force
Hold
anything.
on. This is the thing, though. This is the thing because for the longest, I seen every motherfucker I knew out here selling solar because how much money did they pump into that solar shit? Like, let's
People
be
still
real
getting
here.
solar.
Money's getting pumped around every.
We should print money for that. In my opinion, we should print money for that.
Yes, they're printing money. They are. They're
They
printing
should.
money for
No,
everything.
they're printing money to scam Medicaid. They're printing money to bomb Iran. They are not printing money
No, they're printing
for our
money
infrastructure.
every fucking thing. They're printing money for everything. The infrastructure is being built out just a little bit differently than people are looking at
Half
it,
of
man.
our
If
budget
we look at
goes
it,
to
if we sit
Medicaid,
talking
military,
about
and
all of this,
bonds.
But plug, what infrastructure is being built out right now? Trump's lying. There's no
15
infrastructure being
trillion
built
a
out.
year goes to those three things, probably more.
Plug, what infrastructure is being built out right now? Trump says that, but there's no one building new factories.
Yeah, but if you look at the solar panels, it takes what 20, 30 years before it becomes a net positive.
How?
So what are we
How do you
talking
figure
about?
that?
What are you talking about?
So, hold on.
I know
We
guys
gotta
that have
be
solar
all
right now.
honest. We gotta be all honest. We got a lot of things going on. We got Elon putting gigafactories and shit everywhere. We do have data centers going up everywhere. We got Elon with the Boring Company building the tunnels. We have XAI out there in Arizona. So there is infrastructure being built out. It's just quote unquote what y'all are calling the future. It looks different. So yes, there's infrastructure being built out. It just looks different.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Elon Musk's boring tunnels. The one in Austin already failed. The one in Vegas doesn't get used. So Elon Musk is making money on
So
this, but
that's the
it has no
same thing that
value.
I'm telling you about electric cars. They've already failed. Like, what are we
No,
talking about? Man,
because
spilled a
S
coffee, a
curve.
fucking cup of, hold on. A man spilled a fucking cup of Starbucks and fried his whole damn battery.
okay,
So
that's one
are we
car.
going to go for innovation? It's kind of like, Steve, with this combo, it's like you're only with innovation when it fits your narrative. But when I'm
Okay,
speaking about innovation in other ways, you just shut it down. It's like,
let
it's
me give you.
cool. It's cool
Let me
when they do it on your side, but when I speak, it's like, nah, fuck that.
let me give you an example.
I'm
Okay,
kind of
let me give you an example. In San Francisco, in Los Angeles, all all the buses are being run by either electric or gas. That's been in effect for over a decade now.
And it's
So
cheaper.
and it's cheaper, and they're saving money, and it's happening in every major city across the country. So, but like Next is saying, there's no doubt. It's not even a question about it. Now, I'm not saying get rid of all gas guzzlers, but I'm saying if you can create a system where we can have more electric cars, like if I got to go across the country, maybe I want to have a gas car for that. But if I'm only going to go in the city, I would definitely want something cheaper that I can just drive around town in, and let's make that available for Americans. We used to be the greatest country in the
that
world.
are they're there. You can go get you a little Honda right now, man. You can
No,
go
dude,
get
you
you a little
can't.
Honda right
Prius is the cheapest and Prius is expensive.
now. I'm finna
I'm
buy.
saying,
Listen, I'm finna buy a Honda this week for $1,200, bro. What are we talking about?
Bro, you talking
okay,
about a 96 with a stick shift, bro.
Man, you
You
not
talking
no
about a
96.
hatchback. Here,
He's
I
talking
love
about
those things, but not the same.
hold on. No, he's talking about something to get around in, and I'm just saying that they're out there, man. They're
it's
out
Yeah,
there,
not.
of
man.
course they out
It's
there. Yeah,
not.
man. I
It's
live on hoopties. I'll never buy full MSRP. What the fuck?
guys. I'm saying go look at BYD. Those are some. I can have a nice ass car for 5K, or
No,
a
Steve,
lesser
hold on,
car for
Steve,
3K.
because you're wrong. I just looked up
Well, Steve,
BYDs.
go over there and get
It's
you one,
20.
man. You can go get you one,
No,
man.
you can't.
You
You
can
can't. I
go
already tried.
get
You
you
can't.
one.
Hold on,
No, no, no.
I looked
Can't
up
bring it back.
BYDs,
No,
the
no, no.
price
Let
of
Carlos
them.
speak.
I looked up BYDs, the price of them. They start at about $17,000 according to what I looked up.
Okay,
So
I
they're
don't know.
not
I
that
looked it up.
damn
I've
I
been
cheap.
on that
just
too.
looked it
I just
up.
been keeping my mouth shut.
And they
So they
I
small
just
as
start
looked it
hell,
about
up.
and we not gonna act. Hold on. And I wanted to say this, but I ain't want to kill it either. They little bitty than a motherfucker. Two people can't fit in them cars comfortably, man. Them motherfuckers be
There's
little
also
as hell for that
no, they have
low price.
Nah, they
SUVs,
got nice
they
they
have
have
they have
seats.
everything.
Like,
They get everything.
It
yeah,
is
I'm
Speed
talking
cheaper.
gave
about
that
for
It's
the
away.
better.
$5,000 price. Listen, maybe the 17,000 when it's SUVs, but the little bitty fucking trucks, man, with the they be this little bitty man with the big
Yeah,
ass back. If
yeah,
you got
yeah.
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
them motherfuckers is like them the ones that's like 6,000, man, and ain't nobody
yes.
fitting in there. Not no grown ass
That's that
American.
T-Move special.
But again, you can
I
get
seen a white man get in it. I seen a white man get in it. He couldn't
They
even sit
kind of
all the way.
popular in Florida. They getting there.
they're plug. Those things are real popular, especially in San Francisco. You can park anywhere with that thing. I've seen some cars close to that, but a guy turned me on to BYD up in San Francisco. He was like, "Bro, this is the deal," and he showed me. He goes, "Man, you can park anywhere with these things." He goes, "But they're outlawed in America now. BYD vans are allowed here. I'm sorry, BYD buses are allowed here because they're cheap and they're electric and they're the best. But they
Yeah,
don't allow cars here.
I seen trucks, BYD trucks in
Yeah,
ports. Only in
yeah,
ports.
only
Only in
ports.
ports. Don't know
It's
why. That's a weird thing.
it's going to come in. I mean, it just takes time. But the thing is, I blame us. American manufacturers should be making a car that's affordable, that's cheaper, and that's better.
Yeah, and
And we
by the
don't.
way, that's why I disagree with you
Listen.
about allowing
Why would
BYD to come
America?
in.
Why would
What
they
go
make it more affordable and more
efficient?
efficient when we see the market's not going there, man? Exactly how Trump's talking about 50-year leases with the damn houses. Think about how the
Who
auto loan industry has
who wants a
changed, man.
50-year?
They're doing 10-year auto loans now. They're doing
Bro,
10-year auto loans, man. That shit used to not be a thing. So yes,
yeah,
of
fuck all
course, if you
that.
can come finance, hold on. If you can come over here and we can put you in this Tahoe, this 2026 Tahoe for 134,000, and you'll be done paying this bitch off in 2036. They're gonna do it every time. This is
And
Yeah,
this is
that's
the
just
my
problem.
problem.
That's
America
I
got a
don't
they're
want
gonna
that,
problem
do
dude.
with
it.
big
They're gonna
engines.
do it everywhere.
Dude, that's
So
horrible.
who do we
Dude, I mean,
blame? Who are we gonna
even what you
blame?
just
Who are we gonna
even what,
blame? Is this a government problem or is this a banking problem?
where did it come? It came out of the
Because is
mouth of
this a
Donald Trump.
lending problem?
A 50. It came
Are
out.
we gonna hold on? Are we gonna blame the government or are we gonna blame interest rates? Because I believe interest rates is the ones that really extended the auto
No,
loan.
Once it came out of
I
Donald
couldn't
Trump's
argue with
mouth,
you on that plug. I
This is
want
a
to.
How did
people
it not
problem.
during Biden's term? When interest rate when interest rates went low and then they started to creep up,
All right.
they bamboozled everybody. Interest rates went to the floor. Everybody went out and bought shit that they couldn't fucking afford, and then interest rates started creeping back up, and they couldn't refinance. They were fucking stuck, man. That's why we
Okay,
seen
but plug.
what was that? What's the damn place with all the damn cars that damn what's that place? It's blue and yellow, man.
oh, I know you're talking about
That's
CarMax.
why we seen
off the freeway.
CarMax.
CarMax.
crazy.
Yeah.
CarMax. Yeah, that's why we see CarMax loaded up, man. CarMax couldn't get shit off the fucking line, man. They just couldn't. Inventory wasn't selling. It was the fucking interest rates, man.
So then,
That's why
why
they
would
came out
you?
with this 10-year
Nah.
RPO
Let me
shit.
get that.
Go ahead. Next.
All right. Look, plug. That was a right then and there issue with the finance. Okay. My opinion, the issue with vehicles in America has been an issue since that Honda that you like, and how that's more superior than the Intrepid that came out in the same year, a 96 Intrepid versus the 96 Honda. Which one sold more? Which one performed better? Which one had more longevity? Was the Honda. And the Honda is still more popular to this day because it is a superior car that takes less gas. The Intrepid breaks down and the Intrepid sucks up gas. We were building blocks that were big because we like the drag racing culture. And we built roads that required us to have these drag racing culture cars. And that's why you're talking about a Tahoe. And that's why the Tahoe is $130,000. And on top of that, we are not allowed to buy that Tahoe with not power windows. You understand? Everything's got to be power. Everything's got to be software update, and with the star thing and AI and now and all that shit all up inside your fucking car. That's what you're paying for. Instead, the issue that I see is we need to simplify our market, but they refuse to because it keeps our GDP up, and our GDP is nothing but a paper tiger. Keeping our GDP high by making us buy expensive cars when there are cheaper ways to build the car, like not have AI in the fucking car. That's my issue. My issue is not that finance is a bad thing sometimes and things go bad, but there's a bigger issue with the cars, and it has something to do with our culture. And I go back to the 96 Honda. Why was the 96 Honda prevailing? If you're a fan of it, you know exactly why.
Man,
That's
forget
my
all
issue.
this. Let's be
It's an
honest. The
upstream
issue
issue.
is people want all the toys. People are willing to pay for the toys even when they shouldn't.
Well, then
No,
we should change
some
that
people like
culture.
practicality. I like practicality.
Yeah,
I
I like
am
practicality
forced to
too.
live in a world where I have to drive 20 miles. Like you have to drive an hour to get the fucking work. Do you not? In Miami, you have to, because we built this way. We built this way 60, 70, 80, 90 years ago. We built this way. That was the issue in the first fucking place.
And I drive a truck when I don't need to.
Understood. That's what I'm saying. There's a culture problem, and your truck is worth $130,000 because it has bells and whistles, because it is heavy. And
But
then
that's
we
what I'm
have a
saying.
DMV
Listen, that
tax
ain't on the
break
government. That's not on the
because you bought the truck
financing.
if it was brand new.
But that's not on the
Instead of
government. That's
helping
not on the
the woman
banks.
getting the $1,500 96 Civic with her 3 kids, she doesn't get a tax break from the DMV when she goes to register, but the giant truck that's 130 grand does get the tax break. That's that bullshit. That is a sickness that America has had for 100 years that makes the Civic better than the Intrepid in 1996.
Look, I agree with everything that Nexus says is perfect. I agree with. I wanted to get back to the main subject and continue on what you want to talk about. What was the next thing you wanted to discuss? Because I think this is. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying.
Okay, we're gonna talk about the Democratic nominees. We seen that Trump uninvited Westmore, and he uninvited I forgot Colorado's governor's name. Basically, he uninvited the black governor and the gay Jewish governor. So
Is he
with
gay?
that being
Is he
said,
gay?
I said that
Is he gay?
Yeah,
I thought he was married. Is he married to a woman or something?
Nah, I think they said he's gay and Jewish. The governor of Colorado.
All right, go ahead.
So, with that being said, I went and done my research on Westmore because I kind of written Westmore off when he turned down that the reparations bill. You know, it was funding for studies for reparation. I was like, oh, he's one of those. But after this Trump snubbing him, I went and checked him out. And Westmore is an exceptional brother. And it just made me wonder, like, what more? What more do you want? What more do you want from a guy? You got a guy that comes in, he turns the crime around in Maryland. He's a Rhodes Scholar. He has international masters in international relations. He's clean as a whistle. I mean, he just ball-headed. That's about it. So I wanted to see how y'all feel about him stacking up against Gavin Newsome or Kamala.
Carlos, you go first, and then next, then I'll go.
I don't know enough about Westmore to sit there and give like a real deep interpretation of my opinion on him. I think Gavin Newsome is a lock. I don't see anybody competing against him. Now, Westmore for vice president, we talked about that the other day on the Discord. I can see that. But it goes back to, will that thing of him voting down reparations hurt him in certain communities?
I don't think so. Not with the current climate. Not if things are still going the way they're going. I don't think so. Because we heard Kamala. What did Kamala say? Kamala said, I can't do anything for black people. And black people still went out in droves and voted for it.
But were they voting for her or voting against Trump? There's a big difference.
It's true.
Son, voting for her. They loved the Kamala. The black community, man. Liberal black men. The only people that really didn't like Kamala were conservative black men.
All of North Carolina.
They were gonna vote Democrat. I'm not saying, of course, MAGA and that side didn't like her, but like me, I didn't hate Kamala. It was just like she just did some dumbass shit. She didn't speak. She didn't like when she had her time to shine during these debates and these things and these interviews. She dropped the ball. You know, we can go back and look at the things that she said, but she didn't articulate it well enough. It just didn't hit home the greens. I felt like, damn, like the same way I felt when Hillary Clinton pulled out the damn hot sauce is how I felt when Kamala said she washed her greens in the tub. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't think Westmore makes those mistakes.
Next, what you got?
But I still do think, to answer your question, I don't think that'll be a problem with the black community because, I mean, shit, we watched Kamala say shit, she won't do anything for black people. You know, I think, what was it, 78% of black men voted for, 78% of black men voted for, like 90-something% of black women.
Oh, is that true?
But do you think he's known enough?
Yeah, he'll be known enough if he gets if he gets permission to be. I mean, we didn't know Obama.
That's a pretty good point.
And that's my whole thing. What my takeaway is, I don't know who Westmore is. I remember the campaign that happened. What last year was like a snap thing, right? In Virginia, it was kind of like a big thing. Is that thing, or has he been governor? I forget what happened. Something happened last year that was popular.
They said I know a few of his accomplishments. They say he got crime down around the area. You know, him and Baltimore's mayor. You know, they tremendously dropped crime.
Hey, you ever been to Chesapeake? Is Chesapeake, Virginia?
Chesapeake Bay?
I don't know. I've never been.
Yeah. I've been to Chesapeake Bay.
Hold on. They've been working with Westmore has been working with this administration on the energy stuff. So that's why I'm saying it was complete blasphemy damn near for Trump to uninvite Westmore and uninvite the Colorado's governor when Westmore is actually working with the administration. He's nowhere near as vocal out against this current administration as a J.B. Pritzker or a Gavin Newsome. So it's just crazy that they uninvited Westmore, uninvited Colorado's governor. It's like, damn. I feel like Colorado's governor was just plausible deniability. It's like, okay, fuck it. The nigga can't come and the gay Jewish governor can't come.
So what if they put him on as vice president?
Well, can I get my piece in on this?
Go ahead.
That all I know about Colorado is Trump is mad at Colorado right now because they're keeping that one girl in jail that was like trying to do some crazy stuff and she was a Trumper. So that's his. I know that's why he's angry with Donald Trump. And again, I really haven't looked that much into Westmore. I mean, I know that he's the governor there. He's been doing a good job. I think I'm going to look more into the reparations thing to see why he didn't support it. But
because it was a study.
It was just a study, right?
He said it was. He said we studied reparations enough. We don't need to allocate any more funding to study reparations. So he didn't shoot down like reparations payments. He shot down a study, funding a study for reparations.
Because I know that San Francisco did a study of reparations, and they ended up concluding that they're going to put $5 million toward it, and they went to get private funding for it. California did a study of reparations, and they agreed that it should be paid back. So it all starts with a study. So, but I don't. I mean, again, I don't know. That will definitely come up in the election cycle, and I don't know how he's going to respond to it. Between him and Harris, like first off, I think he'll absolutely destroy Harris. Like you saying, Plug, I think she dropped the ball in her debates. I mean, she did okay, but the second Donald Trump said they're eating the dogs and cats in Springfield, if she couldn't beat him to the ground on that right there alone, she just didn't have what it takes. And I mean, she said a lot of cute things and a lot of okay things, but she wasn't like aggressive like Gavin Newsom is. And as far as the debate goes, like Carlos said, Gavin Newsom has it locked. Because like Gavin Newsom, like for example, he had Nick Fuentes on, he had Charlie Kirk on his show, and he's talking with these guys, and he's winning them over. He goes on he goes on Hannity, and he absolutely destroys Hannity to his face on his show. So Gavin Newsom can debate, and a lot of times American voters in the Midwest and in some of these rural places, even in the cities, they'll turn on to watch a debate, and that's how they vote. They don't care about politics any other time of the year. So I think Gavin Newsom, like Nick Fuentes says, I'm going to vote for him because he's a Chad. That's it. That's the only reason he says I'm going to vote for him. He thinks that J.D. Vance is a little slug. He's not going to support him. So I think that Gavin right now, of the three has it. I don't think Harris is going to do well. I don't know where Westmore stands on the Israel thing, but I think if he's not taking money from Israel, he's going to absolutely kill her in the debate. And I don't know how it goes next. I don't know, or Carlos, I don't know how it's decided on who's going to be your vice president. Like, understand, Donald Trump picked the vice president that was handed to him by Peter Thiel and bought by money. And before that, his vice president wasn't in the race. So on the Republican side, not a single time that we've seen was the Republican running in the race that got picked for the vice president.
Your mouth too close to the mic.
Say what?
Your mouth too close to the microphone.
Is this better right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I don't think that like only person I've known that's picked their vice president based off of who else was in the primaries was Biden. He didn't even pick the best choice. You know, if he had picked the fair one, he would have picked Peter. He would have picked Buttigieg. Buttigieg did better than Harris did.
Yeah, Buttigieg ain't winning. Let's be honest.
I'm just saying that
Buttigieg ain't winning, bro. I don't even trust him. I do not trust that. I don't trust Newsom neither, by the way.
I mean, but that's you. I'm look at you look at the entire nation though.
But you're on the West Coast. I do look at the entire nation, and everyone that I see would look at Newsom because all anyone from Ohio or or Pennsylvania or Florida ever see with Newsome is anything that hits mainstream national news. And the only thing that we know about Newsome is that there was billions of dollars for homeless people and nothing ever happened. And then we know about the FIFA thing, and that's about it.
This is what's going to happen. He can go to Ohio, and he'll have a town hall meeting, and they'll ask him about that, and he'll break down exactly how the homeless problem is going in California. So Newsom is not afraid to talk to people. It's going great. Newsom actually did a fairly decent job considering how bad the problem was. But again, he talked about that with Charlie Kirk. He talked about that with Nick Fuentes. He already had these conversations. He went on
homelessness is up.
He went on
a good job on homelessness.
Wait, is Harris running again?
Yeah,
I hope not, man. That just for our country, I hope not. Her ass needs to stay inside.
She still has $300 million left over from the campaign, and she got to keep that money. And so
she needs to be a leader and do what's right with it.
Of course she does. We're in agreement on that. But I'm saying, nevertheless, though, she says she's going to run. I don't want her to run either. I think she's going to be horrible.
I thought she said she wouldn't run again.
I mean, the plug.
Man, if we get a Kamala and a JD, man, that's a rock and a hard place right there, man.
She changed all of her profiles to the headquarters. You know what I'm saying? Like now, so they're saying that it's called the headquarters for all of her updates and shit. So she's gonna turn it into a campaign type shit.
And again, she has to win delegates.
She officially announced her bid yet, but nobody has. It's still early.
She has to win
that woman and everyone in that administration.
She has to win delegates.
What do you call it? Your First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third Amendment, that thing, the Constitution. There's an amendment in there. I forget which one, but it's so that the cabinet can replace forcibly the president if the president is incapacitated. Every single person in that cabinet that did not do that is guilty of lying to the American people, and that's why I will never vote for Kamala. Fuck that. That's voting for Kamala is like voting for JD. Ain't nothing going to change. We're still going to bomb Israel. We're still going to print money, and it still ain't shit going to happen domestically as far as innovation. Fuck all that.
I don't agree with you 100%, but you're absolutely right. You're right. I mean, I think she's better than JD, but you're 100% right. Nothing more will happen. We're still going to bomb Israel. We're still going to be printing money relentlessly, and we're still going to be covering for pedophiles.
Well, I mean, JD's looking for the end of the world, apparently, if he's Peter Thiel's little bitch. So You're right about that. I would rather, at the end of the day, I'm voting blue on just that one. I'm not all the way blue, but I would have to if it's JD. But I don't even think JD or Rubio.
What the fuck are y'all talking about? We gonna bomb Israel?
No, he meant Gaza. We're gonna bomb for Israel.
All that shit. We're gonna give bombs to Israel. We're gonna give bombs to Israel for real.
Yeah. So, we're on this. I mean, that's.
But my other perspective on the flip side, besides Newsom, because I don't like Newsom, so that means the guy from Virginia that you're talking about, I would rather him just because. I would rather an Obama. The mistake with Obama, in my opinion, is he let the old out, the old people in.
Guard.
That was his, the old guard in. That was his biggest fucking mistake from the rip.
Biggest mistake.
But 100%. Flipping on the other side, I hope JD and Rubio goes. I hope they get beat in the primaries by some other guy who's way better, someone that can be in that's like, hey man, I like Ron Paul. I think he's a good guy. Yeah, and I want to be your president. I would rather that guy. You know what I mean? Some new guy that's 45 years old with a bunch of fucking kids and shit. I would rather a JD lookalike, but a real JD. Because JD's a fucking stolen bones motherfucker. I don't trust him.
A real conservative.
But if he does do the primaries, be my guest, man. It's your funeral, because JD and Rubio are going to either one have to say, yes, we do support Israel, or no, we won't support Israel. Trust us, bro. After Trump, trust us, bro. It's a lose-lose for them either way.
Yeah. Yep. I mean,
because MAGA is divided.
They've already said they supported Israel. Rubio's already been on interviews saying it.
But
that's what I'm saying. He's not going to try to be president, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to try it, because if they do try it, then they have finally become like the Democrats and politically stupid. The Republicans have always been savvy my whole life. Maybe Donald Trump broke them, and now they're not going to be savvy no more. But if they're as savvy as I believe they are, they will not put Rubio, they will not put JD, because then that question has to be asked. The Epstein question has to be asked. And they're either going to lie and everyone's going to know they're lying, or they're going to tell the truth and ain't nobody going to sit well with that.
Yeah. I mean, do you think MAGA's going to turn against AIPAC?
I think MAGA is a big tent that has a lot of people in it. But I think MTG don't like AIPAC. I think Ron Paul don't like AIPAC.
Massey doesn't like AIPAC either. He doesn't take money from
Exactly. And I think right now, like 80% of the Republican Party would consider themselves MAGA before Epstein. And now only a fraction of that would still love Donald Trump. You understand? And love JD, regardless of what. Then you got the MTG faction, which is 50%. And they're not fucking around. You know, they don't like this shit.
So if it's between MTG and Macy, who do you think does a better job?
It won't be MTG. She'll get her head blown off. I personally think she got threatened. The way she moved so fast, bro. She was like, you know what? I'm chill. Somebody talked to her.
She said they threatened to kill her kids. That's what she said.
Yeah. But not just that. It's got to be credible too. I'm talking about the CIA. You know, I'm talking about the Christians in action. It was like, hey, I'm telling you, man. Same thing with Jerome Powell. I think I've seen a couple of times. I don't even want to talk about it because I can't remember the dates and I can't remember the context. But there was a couple times where me being a fan, listening to him, there's been a couple times where I'm like, this motherfucker was threatened. But I can't even talk about that because I can't even remember the dates.
What
Jerome Powell, nothing.
Oh, damage, we ain't been watching that video in like an hour, man. We've been just...
Hold on, let's talk about what Plug's about to eat.
So, listen, y'all got to make sure, too, that we keep it clean over here, because I'm not trying to get my main channel demonetized, man. All right, go ahead.
Let's talk about what Plug about to eat.
Yeah, Plug, what you eating, dog?
Shit, this a Philly, bro. This a real Philly, you know what I'm saying? A bad boy. That's what you call a bad boy right there, Chad.
So, I think on the Democratic side, you know, I hear what you're saying next, but I still think that Gavin's going to be important in the primaries. You know, in the end, we don't know. It could get up there, and I mean, there's like there's more. So let's just say it's him and Moore go at it in the primaries. They got to go to the Iowa caucus. They got to do all the caucus scenes. And so I'm supporting who's ever going to say I'm not taking money from Israel. I'm gonna release the Epstein files unredacted, and I'm going to prosecute people for covering up for the Epstein files. That's what I'm going with. Period. You know, that's what I want. I want to see that's what I'm looking for. That's my litmus test. And whoever says it again, I think Zoran won because he was the only one that wasn't going to take money from Israel. And he gave a very clear agenda of what he wanted to accomplish. I think that's why he won.
Yeah, but we believe him, though.
Hey, let's hear from Miss Bones.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point.
Lady Bones, what's going on?
Hi, guys. Sorry it took so long. How's it going?
Hey, it took forever. What the heck?
Doing good.
I know. I got a kid, you know. I had to make sure she was okay. I had to gossip. She's like 18 almost.
Give us some Benadryl.
You know, I know she's nearly 18. No Benadryl.
What I was going to ask you though, while we got you up here, I know you might want to talk about some other stuff, but I was going to ask you about the shooting in Canada, man. The 10 unalive.
Tragic.
Town of 24.
Tragic. Yeah.
So how does that work out there?
I mean, I think we've had less than 10. So I mean, it's pretty jarring for us. Like, and that was a big one, right? Like really big. That's the biggest we've had ever. And it's unexpected. Well, it was unexpected for the rest of the country, but not so much for the people there. It's the same typical thing that you see with your guys' shootings, where a bunch of people had known that this kid was weird, saying weird things, like being very obsessed with guns, and he had been arrested and stuff.
Gun person. They wouldn't call it a gunman. They kept calling it a gun person.
Probably. I mean, we don't really use like man. We always say person. Like it's like we don't say waitress. We say server. So like instead of gunman, we would say like a gun person. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it depends on which radio station or which TV station you tune into. But yes, he was or she was trans, Jessie. But she yeah, exactly. But she was very troubled, and she had run-ins with the police, and she had problems with weapons, and they should have done something about it a long time ago. And she took care of her mom and stepbrother, and then went to the school. And
girls don't shoot up schools. Just say statistically, girls don't shoot up schools.
Well, no, girls don't shoot up anything statistically. So men, it's always men, and it is like she was a biological man.
Huh? The man shot out the school. Say it, or girls are violent. No. I mean, to me, it doesn't matter that part. It's interesting though, because of the fact that like the trans part would make her actually less likely to shoot up the school, but then balance that with the fact that it's a boy that's an outcast and troubled, and because trans people are statistically less, but trans people are statistically less more likely to be shooting, to be the shooter. They're more likely to be on the other side of violence. So
right,
statistically.
Sorry to hear about that, you guys. Sorry to hear that for Canada.
It's so tragic. Like obviously we're not good at dealing with that at all, right? Like I said, like this is the 10th ever. So the 10th ever with more than one person dead. So it's new, but your president came did something nice for us. Did you guys notice that?
What is it? Surprised me.
Well, obviously he's like not very happy with us. So he didn't release any statement, and then got one of his people in his cabinet, I believe, to say something snarky about tariffs. And as far as I know, like still nothing from him. But
of course not.
That's pretty awful.
Well, he's not really a world leader. He's just leader for himself.
Yeah, but like
saying we were some niggas either, basically.
Sorry, what?
He didn't apologize for saying we were some niggas either, man. Putting us like putting the Obamas as monkeys.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, that was awful. They don't apologize. They don't apologize for anything. But I would have thought that he would have said something. What?
Oh, but I did see that y'all have an amnesty period going on right now, where they have until October 30th, 2026 to come into compliance and sell.
Well, there's a buyback. Yeah, so there's a buyback because we changed the gun laws, because we're allowed to have guns here, right? We're just not allowed to have guns for protection. We're only allowed to have guns for hunting or target practice. We're not allowed to have them for shooting people. So
how does that work?
What do you mean? You can't use it for self-defense. Like that's not like self-defense is not a defense in Canada.
How it works is that they don't have as much gun violence as we do in the United States.
I understand that, but if somebody's breaking into your house and you use a gun,
you get dogs.
That's not self-defense. That's not self-defense. You're not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to shoot people. Period. End of story. So
also,
you like it. But the thing is we have less shootings because there isn't a gun in the house. So if there isn't a gun in the house, then the person breaking into the house is probably not going to need to bring a gun with them. And then the police, when they come to help you, they're not worried that the person in the house probably has a gun. So they're less likely to take a shot. And then
a lot of Canadians have guns in the house though. I thought they all got rifles and shit.
Well, yeah, rifles for hunting. We don't, but like nobody
in the house.
Nobody's bringing a shotgun to go and like rob your.
But the gun is in the house, is what I'm saying. The gun is in the house.
Next, look at the
statistics. I don't know where the fuck.
Okay?
Oh, you in Canada, man? No,
that's what I'm asking. Isn't the guns in the house in Canada?
I mean, if you have a gun for hunting, it
No,
would be
statistically, what is the household statistics? Anyone know?
yeah. I mean, we have more guns than you, or like less guns than you guys, but more guns than anyone else. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, then.
Let me see.
And there's only
Yeah,
been
but
10 mass shootings in the history of their nation. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the argument that they don't have guns is a false argument because they
No.
definitely have guns in their
That's
no,
house.
not what she said.
But
That's
we
not
we
what
have
she said.
gun regulations. We have a lot of gun regulations.
Understood that.
And we
But
don't have guns
hypothetically,
for-
if
we
a
don't-
gunman came in your house, you would have the opportunity. I mean,
No,
you
not
are
really,
allowed to
because-
have a gun in your house.
All right. So
no, we're not allowed. Okay, so we're not allowed to take a gun anywhere for one. Or the guns have
That's
to be
understandable.
registered and they have to be hunting. We don't have. We're like no, we're not. We don't have assault style rifles. We don't have handguns. We also don't have handguns.
It's like a yes or no question. Are there a lot of guns in a lot of people's houses?
In rural areas where people hunt, yes. In the cities, absolutely not.
How
and
about
if you
suburbs?
if you shoot somebody with that gun who's breaking into your house, you're going to be charged with a crime. Also,
Well,
in the
I don't agree with the
even bring it
American
out.
stance on that issue. I
so
think
you
there should
wouldn't
be a
even
lot
bring
of
out a
nuance
gun.
on it.
Yeah.
If
Like
you're
somebody was-
hiding behind your door waiting for the guy to
You would call-
successfully break
you
into
would
your
call the
house
police.
without warning, that is an
You would call the
ambush.
police.
Next,
But you would call the police.
That is murder.
No,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to be worried
damn all
that the
that. You
person
come
on the
in
other
my
side of the
house.
door has a gun.
Yeah, but if you're hiding
we
like
don't
a
have
hoe
armed
with a gun
robberies.
waiting to catch a body because you're so thirsty of killing
But-
people, that's a different thing than you be like, oh shit, bang, 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 bang. Those are two different
No, what I'm
situations.
saying, too, that's why they tell y'all to just comply if you getting robbed and shit. Like if somebody
Nah,
breaks
I ain't
in
saying
your house-
comply. I'm gonna bust at the door.
But
I'm
we
gonna
don't
shoot
have
at a
but we
leg.
don't
I'm gonna
have-
bust at a door. I'm not gonna put
we don't
three
have
inside of a
people-
person's chest if I don't
We
got
don't have
to.
armed robberies. We don't have armed
I'm
robberies.
not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the leadership in Canada. I remember covering this. They were it wasn't Mark Carney. It was the one Trudeau.
Yeah, it was Trudeau.
Like if somebody's breaking in your crib, doing anything to your kids or whatever, just call to comply and call the police afterwards. Like don't.
Nah,
handle
fuck that. Kill that bitch if he's touching
Which is-
you. If you have the opportunity to protect
On
yourself.
GTA,
But why
on
would I?
GTA, on
Next,
GTA,
that-
allegedly. We got
That's why you're in Florida, dude. Because and she's in
Yeah.
Canada, right? So
Like,
there's
I'm not
Okay,
worried that
but
the other
look,
person's going to shoot
My
me because
disagreement
we
with the
don't have
American
armed robberies.
ideology of of self-protect. I'm gonna hide like a little hoe and then murder the person behind his back.
No,
And
I don't
I got
disagree
a
with that.
body. That's how Trayvon Martin happened.
No, it's not.
Oh God, that
It's
was
not. It's nowhere near how Trayvon Martin happened.
no. They
A
hunted
little
him
hoe put himself
down.
in a position where he was able to catch a body.
They weren't in. They were not in a house. They were in the street.
No, I understand
No,
that.
they
I'm
just
saying
saying
the
that they took
culture.
advantage.
Did Zimmerman get off? Is it because of the American
yes, but-
culture of
but you
that
can't
was self-protection?
No. Because if somebody comes through my
That's some
front
hoe
door,
shit.
hold on. If somebody comes through my front door right now, and they're not
No, if
welcome
you
in my
catch somebody
house,
trying to break in, will you hide behind your couch and wait for him to break in so you can shoot him?
yes.
I'm not in Canada. In Canada,
That's
what
some
would you
hoe
do in
shit.
Canada?
That's what I'm saying. That
Let's
should be
get back-
murder. Murder too.
Crazy.
That's some hoe shit.
Yeah. So can we get back to Miss Bones?
I'm gonna shoot at the door. I'm gonna tell you I got a gun. I'm gonna shoot at your leg. I'm gonna do a lot of
Oh
other
my
things before I catch a body.
If you shoot
Not
through
because
the
I'm
door,
scared to catch a
you're
body,
charged with the
but
crime.
because there's a little bit of humanity in it.
not doing too much announcing, man. You come up in here, you better
You
have
are.
a rhyme or reason, or we're gonna see your ass out in the pine box, man. It is what it is. I ain't doing too much talking.
But I mean, I'm not
Exactly.
worried that the person that's trying to. Okay, I don't lock my door. Okay, so I'm obviously not worried, and like, I'm about to go and walk around now, like, you know, at bikes. I go walking around outside at whatever time in the morning. I don't bring a weapon. Like, I'm not worried about anybody coming with a gun, so I'm not going to make that assumption that they have a gun. So I'm sure I'll have plenty of time to call the police. And like, it's just, we don't have that fear, right? So I would never want to I would not want to shoot someone like that. I wouldn't be able to live with myself, and I would end up in jail too. So it's just
Yeah,
a different culture.
Canada's way smart. Canadians are way smarter than Americans, and this panel just keeps proving that over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason why. Like, I think
Man,
it's like
that
10 times
dude was
the
a
amount of.
Let
That's
her finish.
but the other, but the other thing is, like, you guys have a lot of deaths by like personal or like relational violence, right? And also suicides. And if
One
the
of the-
guns, yeah, go ahead.
No, but one of the number one ways that kids die in America is by guns in the
Oh,
house.
No,
So,
No, I
it's
agree
the
with all
number
that.
one.
I agree
It's
with all
number
that.
one, yeah.
That is
And
stats. That is
how do you get
stats.
rid of that?
we're screwed because the
Yeah.
Second Amendment was
Yeah, the
hijacked.
cat's out of the bag. That's the whole problem.
But the genie's
We all
out. The
got
genie's out
too
of the
many
bottle.
guns, and now
Yeah,
I
and
have to have guns in the house
It's not about too
because
many guns. It's
you know,
it's not
now
about
I
too
got
many
them in the
guns.
safe. I got them,
It's
but
it's about there's no gun regulation at all in this country,
Yeah.
and that's the problem. Is that
there's a
it's
lot.
unregulated.
A lot
I
of
mean,
people go to prison just for having guns.
we
And
regulate
that's not
marijuana.
cool.
We regulate marijuana in California to the point that they control every leaf that's grown in California right now. So we can have gun regulation that would be smart and wise, and we don't. We regulate cars, we regulate anything that's dangerous, but we don't. We regulate marijuana.
We don't
but
even
not
got to regulate
guns.
the people on the guns. Once again, it's upstream. Government should deal with upstream before they deal with downstream.
Just regulate the guns.
If
The
you make
manufacturer.
the gun makers have to permit things and you make the gun sellers have to permit things, that's going to, I know that's not going to solve everything,
Damn
but that's
all
better
that.
than chasing people.
I can't walk around with a fully right now. They got regulations, man.
No,
Talk
not.
about
But what Nex is saying is what I'm talking about is it starts so strange. You got to regulate the gun manufacturers, then you got to regulate the gun sellers. That's where it begins. Just like car manufacturers, every
Or we
vehicle
could
has.
just leave it to the states, or we could just leave it to the states like it is now.
Well,
Right.
okay,
Damn that too.
and then we just went full circle.
We
That's
have
why
to have
that's why we
stricter
have all these
punishment
dead
for
kids.
people that shouldn't have guns.
It's not gonna make any difference in the world. We're right back where we started from. And
Man,
exactly what
anybody
Miss
Stricter
Bones
or
is saying.
different,
Canada, you
Carlos?
can move
Stricter or
Canada,
different?
you can move somewhere.
Stricter.
That's what I'm saying. You can move somewhere. That's the point. You can move somewhere. See, the difference is the United States is a pretty big country. If we take this shit and slap it over one of these European countries, like how we travel between states is how they travel between countries. Their countries
First off-
have different laws. Our states have different laws. Hold on, don't cut me off. Our states have different laws. Shit, go somewhere where they got heavy gun restriction, man. It'll be all right. You'll be all right. Go to New York, man. You can't have a gun in the city, man. You will be all right.
No, they're trying to change all of that with the Supreme
And
Court.
again, that doesn't affect what we're talking about. Like, how do you reduce children being killed with guns? That's the number one way kids get killed is with guns in the home. So it doesn't protect that. It doesn't affect that. How do you protect against suicide? How
And
do you protect
domestic
against
violence.
domestic violence? This is what we're talking about. Like, none of that
Yeah.
you're talking about will fix this.
Because it
And
becomes
so-
No.
too easy. If you get mad enough to
That's a
slap your bitch
fallacy
and you have a gun
argument.
in your hand, you might shoot her.
That's a fallacy argument because if
Yeah.
somebody wants to get
No,
unalive
that's not.
somebody, if
I'm gonna
somebody
let
wants to
No, no.
unalive
I'm
somebody,
gonna let Miss
there's a
Bones
knife,
discuss
there's
this.
a baseball bat, there's any, you can use any plethora of
Man,
Yeah, but
things.
here's the problem.
Shit, man.
Yeah, but I could kill you in
Crazy.
1 second. 1 second bad decision, I can kill you. I got to get to you with a baseball bat.
Go ahead,
I
Miss
got to get
Bones.
to you with a knife. A gun is way too. That's not false. That's statistics.
Yeah,
You can shoot through the
absolutely.
door. Yeah.
And there's a lot of mistaken. There's a lot of people that drink and then make mistakes.
Yeah.
And imagine if
Wow.
every mistake that you made was
It resulted
that
with
kid-
gunfire.
Yeah, exactly. And the kids that get into their parents' guns and stuff like that because they think it's cool, and the kids
Little
at
school.
school think it's cool.
School
Like that
fight.
stuff doesn't happen here.
Gunfire.
Yeah, but this is not a gun
Mhm.
issue; it's a culture issue.
No,
it's
it-
both.
Yeah,
No,
but
no,
if
no,
you get
no,
rid
no.
of the
It's a-
guns.
It's a gun
If-
culture issue.
Mhm.
It's a gun culture issue. We have
If you
we have
got a
culture
gun
in this
on
country.
your waist and you get into a fight, chances are bullets will fly. If
Yeah.
the gun's not on
Road
your
rage.
waist, chances are fists going to fly.
Yep.
And that's a mechanical thing. That has nothing to do with culture. That's mechanical.
Yeah.
Peace through strength,
Exactly.
man. It is what it is, man.
It
And
shouldn't
don't
have
think
to be
that I'm
that way.
against having guns because, like, I own guns and everything. I'm not an enthusiast about it. I think that's kind of gay. I'm sorry, but like I would rather build an engine. I don't even know how to build engines very well, but I would rather weld than shoot at a range.
I mean, we have a bad.
I don't.
Go ahead, Miss Bones.
No, I was gonna say like I grew up where like we had shotguns in the house because there was coyotes and stuff, and we didn't want to shoot the coyotes, but we would shoot in the air and we would do target practice, and You know, I had a boyfriend that had a handgun, you know, like I've been around guns. It's just, but like most people don't see it. They don't see it in the city. It's not considered cool. So like a kid doesn't want to bring a gun to school. It's not. It's just, I don't know. It's a different culture. And you don't
pushing
worry
my
That's
about
why I
daughter on
say
a
it's a
fucking
culture
swing with
thing.
4 other kids around me that are mine and a bunch of other kids, and then there's some old guy walking around and you can see his pistol. Like, why the fuck are you even walking around in circles? Lord knows you ain't got the grandkid
scary.
over here. Why are you over here? You having a little walk and you had to bring your gun for a statement or something? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying guns are bad. I'm saying just that perspective. It's like, what the fuck are you doing,
Well,
man?
there's people guns. There's guns that are meant to kill animals, and then there's guns that are meant to kill people. And when you have people killing guns for the express reason of just in case a person comes around that I need to kill, like it's an entirely different culture. Even though we have lots of guns here, no, like we don't have that part of it. So it's a culture thing. But you guys would have to, if you got rid of the guns, the culture would eventually change. But you guys are not going to do that now because
If
you
you
guys
get rid of the guns, it's
can't go
gonna be
back.
Yeah, the cat's already out of the bag, and
No,
we do have
exactly.
guns for protection. That's a big difference too. And if you're having a gun for protection, if that is your motto, then if you do get a gun, if you handle it safely, keeping it locked up and everything, I do think everyone should be able to have a big boy rifle with a big boy clip because of the culture of the Second Amendment. We are having guns for our protection. Even if I disagree with it, that is my
If you have a gun,
constitution.
you're more
So
likely
I'm
to
gonna
be.
rock with that theory with
It's
limits.
not your constitution, though. That's not. It's not
Exactly.
your constitution. That's not what the Second Amendment is about. And everybody freaking knows
real
it,
quick,
and I don't know why we're
not to go
pretending.
hunting.
Can I talk about that
No,
for a second?
no. You're not.
Let
Yeah.
me talk about it real quick. The Second Amendment states a well-regulated militia, comma,
Well,
being
protect the
necessary
militia.
for the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, should not be infringed, period. It's
Shall not be
one sentence,
Yeah.
and it has to do with a
With a fuck lot of
well-regulated
commas.
militia
No,
being
well-regulated
necessary for the
militia
And it's
was
security.
supposed to be
additive.
against
Let
the
me
gun.
let me
Just that
And
let me
it's
again.
finish.
supposed to be
Hang on.
against the government.
Yeah, exactly. It's not against the government. The free state is the United States. You're supposed to be having that to defend your country, not kill your neighbor. So everything she's saying is right. The Second Amendment has been hijacked. It's been broken up into fragmented sentences to do one thing: to sell guns to anybody that'll buy it, so that the NRA can make
Yes.
money. And that's all this was about. It was a money grab, and big money using Justice Scalia sold AR-15s to the entire world and nation, and they made all this money as a result of all these kids being killed in schools. So
They've
she's
already
right.
admitted to most of this. Like the NRA has gone back on so much of their stuff, and there's a bunch of tapes of recordings that have come out. That's why we don't hear from the NRA very much anymore. And the
Yeah,
times
we
that
don't
they've
hear from the
spoken out
NRA
actually
anymore
have
because
been.
the Jews took over. they bought up all the politicians and no,
Well,
shut them down, open up shop.
Actually, the NRA got compromised by
They
by
got
Russian
screwed.
intelligence. Yeah, they get compromised by Russian
NRA
intelligence,
just-
and we found out.
The NRA just released statements. Like, what are we talking about? We
But they released this. That's what I said is they when they haven't
Yeah, but they're
spoken out,
not the
they've been
Heritage
speaking out on the
Foundation. They're
other
not hitting
side.
like they used to,
Hang
though.
on, I want to hear what were you saying, Miss Bones? What were you saying?
damn
I
fries.
just said when we've heard of them lately. Sorry, go ahead.
I can only hear one person at a time, guys. I'm sorry.
Plug.
Plug, what were you gonna say?
No, I think he was talking to the chat.
Oh, so what were you saying, Miss Bones? I couldn't hear you at all.
What was I saying? Now I don't remember.
About the NRA releasing a statement.
Oh, about the NRA. Is that the couple times that they've piped up recently has been like on the other side of what we would have expected. They're not they like it's not even the same organization because they came out like they were against. What did they just say about? Like I think they were saying something about the Peretti thing, or didn't they speak out about that?
I don't know.
Yeah, they
spoke out.
They said that Kristi Noem and fucking Trump and Cash Patel was tripping.
Yeah,
Saying
so like
that
that's not the NRA we expected.
Yeah, that's the NRA we expected. I'm just saying the shit they spoke out. Like they haven't anywhere. We just had the NRAs getting behind Arizona just had a gun control bill come through. The NRA was rallying against that. The NRA is here. It's just that y'all aren't in those circles, so y'all wouldn't hear from the NRA. I hear from them rather often.
Well, they like I believe after that big scandal where all that money was being, like basically fraud was rampant and whatever. I thought they kind of went into the background, but they don't really have the strength that they have anymore, mostly because they have so much competition. But back in the day, they were like the game in town, right? Like the gun lobby and the cigarette lobby. So there's a lot more competition now. But yeah,
So
the Second Amendment, it's not for killing people. It's for your state to go up against the federal government to protect your state from being taken over. Like that's what it's for. And it's a militia. It's you and the people band together. You have a plan, and you go and defend your state, right?
To me, the Second Amendment, the Second Amendment is supposed to be about it. You guys all saw Red Dawn, right? Do you guys all see Red Dawn or not? So next, did you see Red Dawn?
No.
Okay, so you can look at that. Like, Red Dawn was a movie that came out in the '80s, and they made a game about it in the 2010s.
Yeah, I remember the game.
Yes,
Was it the USSR?
So in the movie, the Cubans and the Russians invade the United States, and they completely take us over. Okay, and all there's left are these little small bands that groups to form a little militias to fight back. Now that's kind of what the Second Amendment is supposed to be. It's supposed to be to fight an outside force that comes in and tries to take us over, and that's to defend against that. Like the National Guard technically is a well-regulated militia. It's following that criteria, but it's actually supposed to be underneath the control of the federal government. So if China, North Korea, Russia invaded the United States and took us over, completely just took out our military and took us over, those militias we have in each of our neighborhoods are supposed to work together with Delta Force, which is working together with the gaming. What's it? What do you call it? With hunting for the gaming, like the park ranger service, and they connect back to your
the hunting. Yeah,
exactly.
Games.
And they connect back to the government. They connect back to the president, who's still whoever's in control. Like goes down the chain of command. That's supposed to be what we use to fight back. The last line of defense. That's what the militias were designed to do. They're designed to boost up the local guys who go help the military fight someday whenever we need them to fight. And that's what it was designed for. It wasn't even really designed to fight against our government. It says clearly for the security of the free state. The free state is actually, at the time of the 13 colonies, is the United States. So it's been off for some time. The closest that we have are our National Guard. The National Guard falls under the militia system. There's a constitutional amendment, I think, there's an amendment, I think, that talks about that too. But we're so far from that because right now
it's been so bastardized. Yeah,
it's been so bastardized. Like right now, if a war broke out, we don't even know how to fight as teams. We've been trained to fight one another so bad they would be able to divide us and kill us. We have to learn to fight as a unit. Like I need to, and that's what we need. Like the truth is, if I live with you next,
No, the truth is, we are one of the most trained societies out there. Florida has probably like the 10th largest military. California probably got the 7th largest. Like New York probably.
That's not. We're not talking military.
Military. I'm talking something.
We're not
I'm talking about the police, bro. Ain't no fucking Cuba running up on Florida, bro, without our military.
Again, this was in the framework of what they write. But the truth is, like, if you look at the reserves that we have, with our reserves is 2.1 million people to fight. That's with reserves. Okay, South Korea.
The Second Amendment has nothing to do with the threat of a king.
Hang on, but nothing. The South Korea has 1.5 million in just reserves.
You're saying the Second Amendment was just for foreign affairs and had nothing to do with the fear of a king.
It had to do with the fear of England coming back here to attack us again. And so the militias were designed
or the federal government becoming a kingdom.
No, it's never designed, because what happened was when they tried that before, they took those guys out. And look up in the history books. No, it was never designed to pacify against our government. That was never their intention of it.
So you're telling me that after the what do you call it? The 1776, people did not have rifles and pistols, or I don't think they had pistols by then,
No,
but
they
rifles
have
in their house.
they had well. So when the Constitution, when the Second Amendment came out, there were still well-regulated militias,
So
and that
people were not allowed to have guns in their house in 1978 or
okay.
1778. They
The
were not
militias
allowed to have guns in their house. The government came in and said, "Do you have guns? If you
and
have guns, that is illegal, and we will arrest you."
let
Our
me answer your
small little
questions. Let
federal
me answer your
government
questions.
made
Let me answer.
sure everyone didn't have guns in 1778. Is that what you're
Let me
saying?
answer. Let me answer your question. Okay. When the Second Amendment came out, and it's not the Constitution, when the Second Amendment came out, there were armories. Okay, so in the armories there were weapons. Okay, you could have a gun in your house for hunting, but people back in those days didn't have guns in their house to shoot in case their neighbor came over. They had guns in case they got hit by bears or by Native Americans. That was their biggest concern.
Exactly. So they had guns in the house. That goes to the
But
same argument as
let me
Canada.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish real quick. They had armories, okay, and the armories still exist in a lot of the northern East Coast states. Those armories are still there. They're not used anymore, but they had armories. That's what it says for the right to keep and bear arms. Those arms stayed in the armories. And if you question this, look at the 1930 case about the St. Valentine's Day massacre. They asked that question about the armories. Fast forward to 2008 when Scalia was debating with Keller versus Washington D.C. They asked Scalia, so what? So now their armories going to be in their basement? And that was the question because no, armories were never designed to be in your basement. Your gun to hunt bears is a completely different one than the one that's supposed to be used for the militia to defend your town.
Oh, I can agree with that kind of, sort of,
That's all that it was. It's the only difference.
no, I keep on hearing the same argument that the Canada argument was
Which is what?
people don't have guns.
No, that's
Like,
not
yeah,
what she
they
said.
do. They had guns in
That's
1778. They had
not
the
what
right to bear arms then too.
bro. That's not what she said. That's not what
Individuals have the right to own guns.
let me just make sure, Miss Bones. Tell me this is what you said. She said basically that they don't have guns to kill one another. They have guns for hunting, but they don't. But you're
To
not
bear
allowed.
arms. Every individual has the right
That's
to bear
not
arms.
the right. It's a full sentence, dude. You can't
Yes, it is a
bastardize the
full sentence.
sentence.
It has ads. It has variables in the sentence. It is a full sentence. It's saying
Then
this
use militia.
and that
Militia.
should not be infringed.
Militia. The right.
Does it say this?
No,
I
no,
hear
no,
echo.
no.
Does this need that to exist? You
What?
understand what I'm
No.
saying?
No, I don't know what
Does
you're saying.
a well-regulated militia, comma, the right to bear
Yes.
arms, comma, blank blank, because it says a few things
It
and it
says
has
a well.
commas in it or some shit, right? I
Yes,
would
because it's
assume.
all one sentence.
Exactly. But it's
It all
all
tied
different
together.
things. It's not describing
Yeah.
something.
It's describing.
Well,
So what is this? Go ahead. Go ahead, Miss.
no, no, no,
Miss
no.
Bones.
It is describing the militia,
Yes.
right? Like, no,
Yes.
like, so we'll break it. Say that you think they're separate things. No, he thinks so. Let's break it down how that would make sense in the sentence. Because it's like, it's pretty straightforward when you break it down. What do they call it? The preamble, like, there's a term for this particular
Did they have machine guns in
bastardization of speech. But
1778?
Can you say what you think it is?
Did they have machine guns in
Pardon?
1778?
They had cannons.
Okay. So they only had rifles. What was the
No,
difference between a military rifle and the rifle you would use to kill a bear?
they had they had cannons in there. So you get like people that the militia all had cannons too. And the reason why this matters is in
You talking about
1930.
cannons, like cannonballs? No, I'm talking about rifles.
Okay, so the 1930 the St. Valentine's Day massacre that court
No, not
case.
1930. I'm talking about 1778.
I'm talking 1930 because in
Wait,
that case
we're going 17.
Yeah,
I'm going
I'm talking about the spirit of the written Second Amendment, the spirit of the
okay.
law.
I'm trying to
I
tell you.
believe, my
Using
argument is, I
an
believe the
original.
spirit of the law is every individual has the right to bear arms. I'm pretty sure that was the message from the revolution because they were taking the guns. They was like, nah, fuck that. We're allowed to have guns.
No, that's not even close, dude. Because after that, in 1780, they took guns from guys because they didn't want them to revolt against the country. And again, this matters because there's already been court cases about this. In the 1730 court case, they ruled that a sawed-off shotgun is not part of a well-regulated militia.
Bro, you're saying 1930 again.
I know, but you're
Yeah.
hearing why? They made a decision right there that says, let's say, okay, let me ask you, can you have a sawed-off shotgun?
That is not the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is people had rifles in 1778.
He's trying to make the originalist argument.
No, I'm not, because the originalist argument says we all can have nukes.
Let me address.
I'm not trying to make that argument. I'm just trying to say that, as a matter of fact, people were allowed to have guns.
Let me address your argument directly, okay? If you read the Second Amendment, it says, so there's 3 words that are capitalized: militia, state, and arms. Those 3 words are capitalized in the Second Amendment for a reason, because it's about militia, state, arms. If people was to be capitalized, they would have capitalized people, but it's not an individual right in the Second Amendment, okay? It's a group right. It's not about you as an individual that's right to well-regulated. It's about us as a group. We have the right to a well-regulated militia to defend the group as a whole, not an individual right. It's a group right, a we the people right. Does that make sense? Next, did you hear me? Did Next disappear? Hey, Lady Bones, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Do you hear me?
I hear you good. So he fell off. He'll come back on. But does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's a group right. It's not an individual right. So I see what he's saying, but and I hope you hear me next. No, it's not an individual right. It's a group right. But this is the bigger point to me. It's a group right that we're denied.
I think. Well, see, I thought that it was for the states to be able to like maintain independence from an overbearing federal authority. But either way, there's like the fact that none of it matters, because they're just going to make whatever interpretation they can to suit their needs, and so it doesn't really matter what they meant at the beginning. And it's so this whole Constitution thing, you guys have got to let that thing go. Like, you haven't updated it in years and years. Yeah, like it's not smart. Like, it doesn't sound smart.
A beautiful thing, but if it needs
it's supposed to be a living
for
thing.
the well-being of the what is it? The welfare, the whatever it says in the first sentence of the fucking Constitution. by all means, that first sentence or that first 2 sentences was pretty much that right there.
I think that your founders would be embarrassed if to see. Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me just what she just said. So as far as that goes, the Constitution, I might be wrong, but I think it was last updated in 1992. That was the last amendment. All right, before that, it was
about 30 years ago. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but before that, it was way more. Before that, it was much more often.
It was 1967. That was the last one. But
before that.
But the thing is, there's 27 amendments right now, okay?
And they used to get updated every few years, and then it all of a sudden was like bigger stretches. And now you guys are in, I think, the biggest or second biggest stretch without any updates. Let's call them updates.
You're talking Congress ain't shit. Well, you're talking basically what Thomas Jefferson said, and he says the Constitution should only last 20 years. So I see your point of that.
I don't understand the intelligence of sticking to something that is that old. Like that to me, I don't. It sounds so dumb to me.
The answer to that question is the same answer to Christianity and the same answer to a lot of other things. That it's the same answer.
I'll buy that. But Next, did you hear my thing about how it's
like what? Wait, tell me.
He's saying look at religion. Religion is 2,000 years old. Look at
Christianity. No, I know, I get it. But what's the? I'm curious what the argument is, because I'm not religious, right?
We are taught to believe that is indoctrination, and God Himself written that law figuratively, not literally. But that's how we like to think. We like to think that Washington was the best human being on planet Earth and things like that.
So we're loosely agreeing with you, Miss Bones, but he's looking at the realistic deal of it. Is just that Americans are. We're stuck in a time loop. We're stuck.
If I could make all the guns disappear, I would. My thing is the cat is the fuck out of the bag.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Anyone want to golf? Look, people are golfing.
Hey, so did you hear my point before? Next, that I said that what you're talking about is an individual right. but the Second Amendment is supposed to be a group right. It's not designed
There's
to be
a
an
lot of
individual.
justices that disagree with you, so I don't know what the
There's
facts
one.
are with that. But
There's
I
one, and
do know that in 1778, individuals had guns. That's just fact.
but they also had a militia, and their point was that we need a well-regulated militia to protect the
We
state.
have a well-regulated militia, and we
No, we
have
don't.
individuals with guns.
We don't. Are you in the militia?
No, but they got the fucking police, the sheriff's department.
The
They got
militia's like the
they got
Antifa.
the
Maybe they're
National
hiding together.
Guard.
It's not those aren't militias, bro. They're not coordinated
They
together to fight.
have had
I'm
courts
gonna
saying
tell you why.
otherwise.
I'm gonna
Now,
tell
I
you
agree
why.
with you.
Listen, there are in this deep south. Yes, there are a lot of militias.
Are those militias or are those
not
like
well-regulated,
almost
blood.
terrorist cells?
I mean,
They're not
you
well-regulated.
you didn't say well regulated. You just said
Okay,
let's
let's be clear.
every time you say something, I answer it. You move the goalposts.
I didn't because the Second Amendment states a
well-regulated
right,
militia.
but
It's
So
very
that means like
clear.
you would have to have your group like.
The question you just asked was, are there militias? Are you in a militia?
All right, so what's the definition of a militia?
Let me define.
define.
You said Antifa wasn't a militia, and I'm sitting here saying, well, yeah, there are militias here, and whether we call them, if we can say well regulated is depending on speculation, because as long as they're abiding by state and federal laws, and I would say that they're well regulated.
But they'd have to actually name themselves and.
They do. They are called militias. Like they have black militias out here, white militias, neo-Nazi militias.
With the government, they're registered with the government.
I'm pretty sure they are because they what are they called? They have protests and they get donations and shit and funding and shit. So I'm pretty sure they have to pay taxes or do something. So yeah.
Can I address that? I'll address that real quick. Okay. So there's a difference between a militia, a well-regulated militia, and a paramilitary unit. What you're talking about, these are paramilitary units. Okay, they operate independent of the government. They don't work for the government. They work for themselves and using military tactics. A well-regulated militia has what we call a metal task. That's a mission essential task listing, and it would be united across all the militias. That's how the military trains. If you're in the infantry, you practice on raids, ambushes, recons, and rescues. Sometimes air procedures. Depends on what your mental task is. You see what I'm saying? Those their mental task does not say protect the state, protect this town. They don't have that in their mental task. And number one, number two, they're not regulated with the government. The ones that are the Texas militia. Texas has a militia. They're the ones. They have an actual militia that's registered with the federal government that reports directly to the governor. That's a militia. Texas is one of the few states that has a militia, but we don't have a national militia system. And we have paramilitary units in a time of war. Those paramilitary units will be called upon to come fight, like the Proud Boys, the 3%ers, the Oath Keepers. These are all paramilitary units. Even though you might say militia on it, if it's not a well-regulated militia, it's a paramilitary unit. It's not a militia.
I mean, here we're going to go back to schematics because it's like we got a group
Exactly.
a state militia group, and I mean they're anti-government militias. Yes, they are not state military groups, but
the perspective of the word militia and the existence of the word paramilitary might have not existed in the same universe in 1776.
Yes, they
No,
did.
but the etymology is like from, right? That same etymology.
The wars existed. The paramilitaries have been around since the American Indian Wars. So paramilitary is very different than, and they're all close. No, it's different. A paramilitary unit is working on a military operation, but they're a civilian unit, and they have a completely different mission. And it's usually who knows what it is. Like only that unit knows what their mission is. If a war broke out, the U.S. government would try to work with all these. I mean, this is all doctrine. This is what Special Forces has been working on and training for years. They work with these paramilitary units to get them under a malicious system. I mean, now you're going to pay them money. You're going to do training with them, make sure the training aligns with what you want to do.
Speaking about the federal government and militias isn't the flex you think it is. Now, once again, I am only being the devil's advocate for the Constitution not living So I'm just arguing for the sake of the Constitution on this.
It's a living
Trying to be a constitutionalist. But being a constitutionalist, you arguing that the federal government is working with the militias is not the flex you think it is.
I don't know what that means. Tell me what you mean when you say that.
Yeah.
I don't know what that
It
means.
is because they were scared of a king. That was one whole argument about the Second Amendment, says my dogma in all of my elementary history books. They were scared of a king. They got their guns taken away from them, and then they got their tax hikes. And then when they got their guns back, they said, we're not giving away our guns. Capiche? And the government's like, capiche. And that's how that happened, because in 1778, they had rifles in their houses.
Dude, okay. So again, the Second, so they weren't scared of all kings because we got funding from the King of France. So that's not the case. We didn't want to have to be under the thumb of England, okay? And so but it's, again, the militias existed. The first thing that the Brickles did was came in and they got rid of the militias. They said you can have militias.
Can you guys hear me?
And then they would yeah, I hear you now. And then they would live in people's houses. And then so that's the First Amendment says that we can say that we want to. Second Amendment is we can have militias, and the Third Amendment is, hey, we don't have to house redcoats. Okay. Fourth Amendment is you can't search my house to see if I have guns or have anything else. But Fifth Amendment is you can't arrest me and force me to confess.
I'm well aware of all of that, but you're trying to tell me that 2 years after they won their little war, that they didn't have guns in individual houses.
No, I'm telling you, it's
Can I
worse
speak
than
for
that,
a second,
dude.
guys?
Who's this?
Yeah.
Who is this?
Well, this is XX. Steve, what was the last ratification of the Bill of Rights?
I don't know. I thought it was 1992.
No. I mean the Bill of Rights as it was being formed. As it was being formed.
The first five.
Yeah, as the Bill of Rights was being formed. What was the last ratifications?
The last
comma.
That doesn't go to
it was so they added a comma to the Bill of Rights.
Which one?
So I believe it was for the Second Amendment.
Whoa.
It was
when did
the last comma. It was comma. The right of the people shall not be infringed.
The right of the people.
They wanted to break that up.
Should not. So the right of the people to keep their arms.
So the right of the people. The right comes from the person. My headset's dying, so I'm only going to be here for a couple seconds.
All right, go ahead.
The right comes from the individual. It says there, the right of the people. It's not a right of the militia. So if it's the right of the people, if it's the right of the person, it doesn't come from the militia. So the militia, it's being said is people have the right to own guns and group together with guns as a militia, but the government does not have the right to regulate the militia because the government does not have the right to infringe on owning guns. So the government cannot regulate the militia more than saying we can own guns.
So let me go back then. This is what it says. It says a well-regulated militia, comma, the subject of the matter is militia, being necessary for the security of the free state, that's America as a whole, the right of the people to keep the right
of the people
to
shall
keep
not be infringed.
The right of the
Meaning
people.
The right comes from the people, not the militia.
Let me finish.
The right comes from the person, the individual, not the militia.
Let me finish. The right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, should not be infringed. The right of the people is for them to have a well-regulated militia for the security of a free state. That's a group right.
But it's been regulated and it's been ruled on. We still own guns to this day. It's not just a militia thing.
But do we have
still
militias?
Own guns? I own guns. Yes, it's called the frickin' national. It's called the National Guard.
Okay.
Yes, we have the militia, and we can join the militia, and we can do this. We can do this all over. We own guns. We still own this. We ruled on this. So let's not just. Sorry.
In Texas, there's an actual militia. The militia of Texas falls directly under the Second Amendment. That is one of the few states that has an actual militia, not the National Guard, an actual militia. Okay, and that's what the Second Amendment is about. It's about that we should have.
Well,
these
not
militias.
just about, because it's the right of the people.
Well, again, the right of the people to have the militias. They belong to the people.
Shall not be infringed.
Again,
the right of the people shall not be infringed, and the right to group together as militias shall not be infringed.
The entire thing should not be infringed.
Red Dawn was about people taking their own guns out of their closets and grouping together as Minutemen. So where the fuck would they get the guns if they, it was people or depending which one you want, it was the Russians or it was North Korea, depending on which version you want to talk about. It was.
So go back and read.
Sorry.
Go back and read. Go back and read the St. Valentine's Day massacre. That Supreme Court justice case, which was they talked about right there about having militia. Also read Justice Scalia's argument in 2008
But
about
that's when it got
that.
transformed. It was originally English, right? It's from English common law. It's against tyranny.
Exactly. That's where it got transformed from.
See, I'm an absolutist. Shall not be infringed. So I do agree. You will agree Dred Scott was a bad ruling. I would say that was probably also a bad ruling.
Well, I mean, for the thing is, what Scalia did. So the reason why Scalia changed the Constitution because he killed the Constitution. And you can look it up. Scalia says the Constitution is dead, and we can change it how we choose to as the Supreme Court. So I don't agree with that. It's the living Constitution. Yeah. That's why it has amendments. And so in order for him to change that, he made it an individual right rather than a group right. And again, I support I'm an absolutist myself. I support it as a militia. We don't have militias. What we should have is a militia in every single town, every single neighborhood, and they should fall directly under the congressional representative. No, not the police department. Not the police department. You need a militia that has a mental task, a mission essential task listing. The police department, they do their own thing. The sheriffs, they do their own thing. But the militia are individuals in the community, like you said, like you don't need your own shotgun. Your shotgun should be.
So you mean like the Bloods? You want the Bloods or you want the police department?
I want an armory so that the weapons are, so that if something major happens beyond the ability of the police to control it, we can put the militia together to deal with it.
Want the National Guard?
We need that in every single town. They need their own well-regulated militia. That's what it's designed for.
That sounds like the police.
No, it's not.
See, I think we've.
Go ahead, XX.
We've kind of moved past the point of having like roaming bands of cowboys and Indians, terrorizing towns. So we don't necessarily need giant militias, but we do need the ability to group together as individuals. And I don't necessarily say we should restrict that right to a single location, because those single locations can easily just be broken into and stolen from. There's been several times throughout, throughout history. Yeah, the armory's been broken into.
Of course, but the thing is, go ahead, Ms. Bones. What were we going to say?
Broken into by militias.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I don't think anyone's going for the whole armory idea, but I was going to say that the militia term got added. So why would they add it?
When did it get added?
Question. If we're not going for the armory idea, what would be the purpose of having a militia idea? Because the militia would be to regulate.
Yeah,
because
I'm without an armory, it can't be regulated.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, yeah. So Steve's going to the armory, Lee Bones. Okay.
So let me explain one more thing. If we have in the 1930 or 1936 case, what they said was basically a sawed-off shotgun is not part of a well-regulated militia, because the guys that did the Valentine's Day massacre were saying, well, we have the right to have a shotgun, and they go, no, you don't. And they say it's a Second Amendment right, and they go, it's not a Second Amendment right. So for me, if you have a well-regulated militia, it has saws, it has 240 Bravos, it has more than just a gun. And the reason why, look at Ukraine. Ukraine didn't have any gun laws. They get rid of the gun laws, then they gave their guys guns back. They needed way more than just enforce or just guns. They needed to train, and so the training is the most important part of the Second Amendment. And that's my whole point. I want the training more than having the weapons. I don't care about having guns. Like everybody can have a gun. I don't care about that. How do we train as a group to survive?
Okay. Yeah, so it's not just a bunch of, but nobody's doing that because you guys have guns to shoot each other when the whole thing was to shoot tyranny. It was like you guys were supposed to be together. Then obviously, yeah. So, but the militia term was added, and it was added for a reason, and it was to make it specific because that was important. The original Second Amendment did not have the term militia, and it was added. So I think that tells us everything we need to know. But none of it matters anyways, because you know, the interpretation now is different, right?
Yeah,
well, I'm not necessarily against having a well-regulated militia, as in training, telling people, showing people how to fire firearms. You know, telling people how to store properly,
It
how
should be
to
mandatory to serve 2
prevent.
years in the military.
I'm sorry,
keep going,
what'd you say?
XX. Keep going, XX. Finish.
But you know how to protect themselves and protect their families and individuals if something happens. We should have range training. If you own guns, we should have, you know, we should actually have tracking on who owns guns, where they're at, stuff like that. But I would not at any way, shape, or form say armory, because that just leads to restrictions. That leads to like Donald Trump coming along and saying, well, I guess you're fucked now. You're our slave, or it comes, or it comes to the next person coming along, because the militia wasn't just for fighting foreign adversaries. Also, it was government tyranny.
Yeah. That's what I thought the whole thing was actually for.
Yeah,
And that's the understanding elsewhere. Like, I think like the rest of the world, I don't think has the same interpretation, because everyone is saying, like, where's the Second Amendment people? Like, when ICE was in Minnesota, everybody's like, where's the Second Amendment people? Because our understanding outside the US was to fight tyranny, and like your government is
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. So
and I do agree with the people in ICE or over in Minnesota carrying weapons. There's some classifications or whatever you should, you know, you're supposed to not conceal your weapons around law enforcement officers. You're supposed to identify that you have your concealed weapon or your concealed weapons permit if, you know, they pull you over or something like that. You're just supposed to completely, but that's beside the point. That's beside the point of armories and
then
stuff
they
like
pull
that.
you out of the car.
Was that, sorry?
If you are supposed to tell them that you have a weapon, so that means if you have a weapon, you have to be pulled out of the car every time.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
standard
much.
operating procedure.
Well,
so do you think that infringes on the Fourth Amendment?
A little bit.
A lot of it. America does not have a Fourth Amendment.
No, not at all. Not at all.
When it comes to officer safety, it's really stupid how they just have the right to be able to pull you out and cuff you, take your firearm, take it back, see if it's, you know, stolen or whatnot, because they did not have
Bro, we're talking about firearms. I mean, you want to talk about the Fourth Amendment? Let's talk about the Fourth Amendment. How about flock cameras? Talking about freaking firearms.
We're getting off subject here, but as far as as far as what you're talking about,
man, our subject is electric cars.
That's so true. But ICE isn't law enforcement. All right, so let's be clear. ICE, if ICE was using law enforcement, this problem wouldn't have existed. ICE isn't law enforcement, and if they were, they would have. They wouldn't
be allowed to do this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a whole different level, because this isn't a law. ICE is not law enforcement. ICE is enforcing immigration laws, but they're doing it by violating the Constitution. So it's very different. They're really, I mean, they're kind of a militia for Donald Trump.
All the sheriff's department from all across the country are violating our Constitution every day. We have flock cameras. We have Stingray. We have drone. We have X-rays. We like what? Like literally multiple times in my life. I've been pulled over. My wife's been pulled over. My female friend who has a bunch of kids been pulled over. And then we would get pulled out of the car. And then they would look at our car seats and ask us how much do your kids weigh? Is your car seat for the weight? And is your car seat expired? Because they can't figure out anything to give you a ticket on. But hey, man, your taillight's busted, but you can't come outside and look. And then when the cop leaves and you go look, magically it's not busted no more. That's every day. That's standard operating procedure. How about that? How about we complain about that? Because we really want to talk about the Constitution. Like these cops out here, like I'm for defund the police and all that shit. I love the police, but defund the fuck out of them because it's too much. They don't need flock cameras.
I've had really bad experiences with, well, a really bad experience with police too, actually. It was, I was right in front of my house, you know, it was downtown, shitty ass neighborhood. It was basically the ghetto or whatever. Well, this unmarked car was stopped at a green light in front of me, so I did a little beep, 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 and then frickin' he flashed on his lights and frickin' jumped out of his car, frickin' gun frickin' in his hand, and just started screaming at me. And the only way I got out of that was basically is I reached forward and I turned my phone towards him, making him think I got it on camera, and he just walked the fuck away. So yeah, these cops, fucking short ass fuses, you fucking piss them off a little bit and they just feel it. They have the justification to do as much as they fucking want. I will agree with you guys on that.
Next, real quick, honestly, dude, I can't argue with anything on that. We're on the same sheet of music about all that. But I want to say just two little small things. What defund the police was about wasn't about like take all the money away and have no police. It was about they have so much money to do all this militarization.
Oh, I agree.
Take that away and instead do like I rather
mental
have
health.
We all know that. The only people that don't know that is MAGA. They the only people that don't know that.
See, I think I see that. If you haven't realized, I'm not MAGA. What you guys really, or the left really should have done, basically, is not have defunded the police. It should have been reform the police.
That's what
have
defund the
police
police is.
training.
No.
No. What I'm saying is the movement should have been called reform the police. And
Yes, I agree.
MAGA could have gotten behind it, but it was defund the police. Oh my God, they're going to take away all the money. They're going to fire 30 police officers. Criminals are going to go roam the streets. Because you know we can.
Yeah, you're talking about the slogan in politics, but I'm talking about what needs to happen.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just a slogan in places.
It's not
like
just the
in
police.
California.
It's probation.
In California, like, yeah.
It's the jails. It's the fucking DOJ. It's the district attorneys, bro. The district attorneys have too much money, so they play these games where you sit in jail or you like I got way worse stories than that, X, but I just can't even go through. I got too many. That it's like, and the cops do bad shit, but then the district the fucking prosecutors are worse. Because the cops will say, "Oh, I'm just doing my job."
See,
so that's what they get trained to think, is that they're just doing their job. And then the job of the prosecutor is not justice. The job of the prosecutor is to make sure that I'm just doing my job and let the courts figure it out. Always ends in a conviction of some sort.
The
no matter
job
what.
of the prosecutor is to get a conviction, regardless.
No, it's to get a deal.
They will let somebody go.
No,
or
the
not.
deal is the conviction. The deal is the conviction.
They will get a conviction.
If you are completely innocent, they will have it to where you're free to go as long as you sign this saying that you're guilty of a misdemeanor. Just so the arrest has a conviction.
Yeah,
that's 100% accurate.
But no, but that's the point.
They care more about their
I had
conviction
3
rate than
cases
they
my
care
damn self.
justice.
My family's had like my cases are all bullshit. I know that sounds bad for you guys or anyone who hasn't been on my side of the bell curve. They think that that's bullshit. It's not bullshit.
Okay. We're kind of all talking here. Go ahead, Steve.
I don't think anyone's arguing with you at all. I think we're agreeing.
Can I make a point real quick? Because again, everything you're saying next, I agree with. I want to go back and finish one thing that I like, a piece I left open about the militia portion of it. So the bad thing about the well-regulated militia. So X, let's just say I have my way. I'm an absolutist. We have absolute militia. People have all the guns in the home they want to, but they have training. They have an armory. The armory is well guarded, and those guns are all tagged so we can identify where they go and who they belong to. Now, if we had that across the nation right now, Donald Trump would be using the militias instead of ICE to do exactly what he's doing right now. And a bad part of the militias is if you look at the history of California, the government used the militias to kill Native Americans for the colonists. So the militias can be used badly. You're absolutely right. And so it is kind of good that we don't have well-regulated militias. That is just an individual right. Because you're absolutely right. Donald Trump would abuse this to the fullest. and that's the
Bro,
problem.
he is abusing the militias. That's potato.
See,
Yeah,
if
I'm saying
it's
it'll be
about
worse, way worse right now, because
if it's
he can
about
make
the
it so.
militia,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No,
Well,
because
if
he
it's
can make it
about the
so that
militia,
I'll let you finish. Go, you go.
go ahead. Oh no,
Go,
my
go, dude,
cat's
go.
fucking.
Fuck it, I'll go. Listen, man, I don't even care about the Second Amendment. It's the Fourth Amendment. Now I'm playing. Yeah, y'all go.
All right, finish up, X, and then I'm gonna go real quick.
I don't know if the government has the ability to restrict our firearms from us. They're going to do it. And that's what I say about armories style militias. But I will 100% agree with you that we should have all guns should be locked up, protected. We should all be trained on firearms if we own firearms. That sort of interpretation.
Yeah, that's all that I'm saying. And because if you're not part of the militia, if you're not training with the militia, you don't need a fucking gun, motherfucker. All right, that would be my take on it. And I think that would get like illegal guns. I don't support that at all. Gangs having guns. If you want to join the militia, that's fine. Otherwise, why do you need a gun? And so that's what I'm saying is missing in our country, and that's why we're not like Canada.
Here's a story that might actually locate myself because my town's so fucking small. I live out in the middle of nowhere. I am 20 miles away from the nearest cop, 10 miles from the nearest actual police station where they have full 24-hour police. Well, anyways, I was coming home last summer and there's an echo going on there. It's not me.
Oh, it might be me. I'm muted. I'm outside.
Okay. Sorry. Anyways, so basically what happened is one of my neighbors started opening fire on his wife because she found that she was cheating on him. My other neighbor came out of fucking nowhere and shot him dead. This was just a small town. It was because the police were 10, 15 minutes away running at, 70, 80 miles an hour. And that literally would not have happened. I live in town. The cops literally could not have made it here in time to have saved her. And my neighbor tried to talk him down, but then he started opening fire on my other neighbor. And this was literally 4 blocks away. And there was literally nothing that could have been done. There's always going to be crazy people. And if it's not going to be a gun, it's going to be freaking ammonium nitrate and fertilizer. Shit like that. There's hundreds and hundreds of other shit.
Dude, really from the sticks. He said, "I'll blow you up, bro."
It's because of what Miss Bones was saying is we have a gun culture in this country, so it turns into that. And so
guns become the easiest accessible mass destructive device. But if somebody really wants to do it, they're going to find a way to do it. If I believe the deadliest event recently in recent history was a truck, to be honest, in a major Western country. I believe that was over in France. So people are always going to find a way to cause chaos and cause shit to do that. But I just say we should have a way to at least defend ourselves from that chaos.
Yeah, but the idea statistically though, you're not really making yourself safer. Like just statistically, right?
Yeah, but once again, my argument, Lady Bones, is you are 100% correct. I think all of us can agree on that. But the cat is out of the fucking bag, so now we all are stuck with this. It's a curse.
No, but I mean, if you have a gun in the house, you're more likely to die of a gun.
How many people were in the Holocaust? I don't want to go back that far, but basically all governments that start committing atrocities start with confiscating guns. And I know it's a harsh thing to do, but
no one's saying to confiscate.
But the reason why I have a problem. Go ahead, Axel. The reason I have a problem with that argument. Go ahead.
Confiscation would be the armory, because you could regulate the armory. You could send 40 people over there to protect the armory and stop you from getting your gun and defending, people who are being persecuted.
Well, the
Once
armory
again,
is
I am very confused about Lady Bones and Steve. 1778, they had guns in the house. They have guns in the house in Canada. I don't understand the argument that y'all are making in a historical, factual way. I understand the
I'm
sentiment.
not saying armory. I'm pro regulation because I'm Canadian, right? Like, and not guns for killing people. But you guys can't go back on that. I get it. I think we all have a slightly different thing on the Second Amendment.
Next, you can look this up, but after the Revolutionary War, there was a big movement in the country for another revolution, and those guys got shut down by the federal government, and the Second Amendment didn't
Is
protect
that
them at
the
all.
Whiskey Rebellion or?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
we would
Whiskey
get shut
Rebellion.
down too.
Yeah,
But all that I'm saying is,
drones.
as a matter of a fact, 2 years after the thing in 1778, people had guns in their houses. That's all I'm saying. So the idea that they were saying no, there's no guns in nobody's houses, and they didn't all have machine guns. That didn't exist. I don't even think the revolver existed at that time. I'm not very sure.
Well, but you had to have a gun. You had a gun to protect yourself from bears. You had a gun. You didn't. It wasn't.
Exactly. Everyone
So
had a gun in their house.
that's not the issue. The issue isn't that. The issue is the Second Amendment isn't about having a gun in your house. It's about having a well-regulated trained militia. That's my point. It's nothing to do. Like if you want to have if you're in the army, you can have guns in your house, but you can't have guns on base. Like if you can't have guns in the barracks at all, but because people might shoot themselves or shoot other people. But you can have guns at your house in the military. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying is that like my whole point on that we don't have the training. That's all I care about the Second Amendment. We're trained to fight one another, not to fight together. The Second Amendment isn't an individual right; it's a we right. We should all be working together to defend ourselves. We the people, not me the individual. That's my sole argument on it.
See, my thing is we're a country of individuals grouped together, and it's great of people. But I don't think we're probably going to agree on that one. So,
like the woman who was shot by her father, that would have never happened if that gun wasn't like available and a solution to his problems. Like that would have never happened.
He would have just beat her ass. That's it. I completely agree.
Yeah, the boyfriend would have came downstairs and grabbed her, and like everything would have been fine. Yeah.
And I don't know how to solve that problem.
Like,
I mean, we can solve that problem in a 50-year lifespan if we start from the upstream. I don't think it's attacking the people, and we got to start upstream. We like how the Federal Reserve controls the currency for dollars. How many dollars are out there? Like, I think we should start trying to do something like that and suck up the gun somehow. Like a buyback, but it doesn't have to be a buyback. It could be the government runs a pawn shop. I don't fucking know. All types of creative.
It would have to come,
but it would be a long process. We need to take the number down. It doesn't have to get all litigious. You just have to physically, mechanically take the number down.
X, I got a question for you.
Which they can do.
X, what is the first line of the Constitution? We, the people. It's about we.
In order to form a more perfect union.
Perfect union.
To establish justice and ensure domestic tranquility, promote the general welfare. It's been too long.
But you've nailed it, and that's the whole point. Is as long as they can make us think it's individuals, they can always take us out. The second that we start working as a unit, as a group, as a we, it makes the equation much more harder for them, and that's all I want to do.
Also, when the Second Amendment gets in the way of the general welfare of the people, then what?
Of many one.
That's the conundrum.
For many, one is like that's one as one group. Yeah. Well, not this, but that's how they made the second. That's how they've reinterpreted the Second Amendment. Remember, Scalia says that he could kill the Second Amendment and he can reinterpret it, and it shouldn't be reinterpreted. We should go back and just take a look at every single. Take a look at every single court case that's happened up until 2008, and look at all of them. They say the same thing. It's about a well-regulated militia because they got it. And until the day we get back to that, we lose. We lose. As long as we're divided, we lose.
I think that you guys have to get back to figuring out what your country values, because that's what that's what the laws are about. That the laws make the country. It says like where you put your money and where you put your laws is where your values and morals are, what you speak for as a country. So
That's true.
Is the Second Amendment so that you guys can fight each other and protect yourselves from each other, or is it a unity thing? That's up to you guys to decide what kind of country you want to be.
What do you think about
I
that?
think it's kind of both.
What do you think, X?
I think both. It's to protect ourselves from each other and to
what's
unite
the value there?
and to
What's
protect
the
ourselves from
moral?
other. Well, the moral is individuality. Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So
But it's not
the moral is
individuality, right? Because
America.
like
Understand?
exactly.
we're going to be divided on that because I think the group matters more than the individual. You know, like I'm a military guy, and I used to train my privates to jump on a grenade. You know, and I hope it never would happen. But the first time you tell them to do it, no one does it because no one knows to do it, and you have to train it to them so they realize, boom, and then it kind of becomes like an instinct. And the reason why that's so important is the individual has to disappear in a unit. And if we did training as a unit, the individual would disappear a lot more. We would look out for a neighbor because our neighbor is part of our militia. We would look out for women and children because that's who we're actually defending.
We are always there. There's always going to be people who take advantage of us and of others.
But you're
not
trying to
really.
build
We have more crime than
rules for
other countries, sir.
I'm sorry, what?
We have more crime than other countries. We have more fatherless children than other countries of our same tier.
And how
China has more fathers for their children than we do for ours because of our culture and our history.
Exactly.
That does need to change, which
not the
leads me
culture.
back to what I was saying along. Donald Trump is the swamp, blah, 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 blah. We need to still get back to that energy of that we had that got him elected, that energy that got him elected. We need to get back to that energy because that was a good energy to all
that energy
have.
wasn't united though. That energy was angry, and that energy was.
I'm not talking about MAGA versus Kamala. I'm talking about the energy of how we thought about Doge. It was like, yeah, fuck yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How we thought about drain the swamp. Like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, fuck yeah, drain the swamp.
Just like the populist
look
thing.
at the Epstein list.
We need to get to that.
The Epstein list is the swamp. Donald Trump had no like everything.
No, I completely agree with you. I'm not arguing with that. I'm talking about the energy of why people reacted toward that question. That energy of that reaction toward that question, just because these MAGA peoples got lied to and now they're figuring it out, doesn't mean that they get to throw down that energy and be like, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to drain the swamp no more.
But there's the thing about it. None of it was real. I hear what you're saying, the energy, but the truth is, it was all
the swamp is real.
Dude, the swamp is the Epstein list. You think
the swamp is fucking real. It's still there. That is my fucking point.
He's protecting it. So the very
I know. I'm not defending that guy. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying.
Let me repeat what you're saying. Okay, you're saying there was a certain energy that Donald Trump fed into, and this populist energy. If I'm going to drain the swamp, I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix this. But the truth is, he was never planning to do that. Like Bernie.
No, I know that Bernie Sanders, exactly the energy that Bernie Sanders holds.
But that's
because you're so partisan, I shall use Bernie Sanders.
But who do you think was being truthful? Bernie Sanders?
Bernie Sanders, of course. That's not what the fuck I'm saying. I would never vote for Donald Trump. I was looking at everyone like, dude, he's lying.
I know you wouldn't vote for him.
No, I think he's saying though that
I said I don't believe.
We were talking about unity, and then we were talking about, and then actually saying that like how it's already shit and there's nothing you can do. No, that's not true. Our culture is fucked up. Our culture is broken, as a matter of a fact.
And it was about let's take back our country from these elites, like, and the government or whatever, taking advantage of us. Let's take back our country. We have somebody that's speaking for the little guy. But it was all, but Steve's saying it was all actually a lie. And once it got exposed, everybody just moved the goalposts. And then you realize that the people weren't actually fighting for that message. They were just like getting tribalistic. It wasn't about the message after all.
That's my whole
It's
point.
100% tribalism at this point,
Tell
in
that
my
to
opinion.
MTG. Tell that to Bernie Sanders. Tell that to Ron Paul.
Those
Tell that to Nebraskans who are getting that independent elected.
no,
No,
those
it's still
people are
here.
great.
We're
Those
about to
people
have
are
a blue
great.
wave because of this lie.
So, but
One can
again,
only hope.
the blue wave the blue wave is going to be for backlash from the lie. But what Bernie Sanders is saying, the no oligarchy tour, like that's what that was all about. And that yes, I believe in that. The real deal is the progressive movement, like Zoran Mamdani, like he wrote down what I'm going to do. These are the things I'm going to do for you, and this is what my goal is. So I think there's certain goals that are realistic. And don't get me wrong, dude. I definitely want to get rid of the swamp. But the truth is, the swamp is 100% that Epstein list, and that is so crucial. I mean, we didn't know this before, but
Not
we know now.
100%.
So
Epstein is a piece of the swamp. That's the
well,
scary part.
yeah, he's one of the main guys, and but the thing is, he was
Nah. He's one of the main characters of our current episode.
This is what I think.
Don't you think there's other nodes?
Yeah,
How
but
many
what
other
happened?
Epsteins exist?
I think Epstein is two things. One, I think he was a pawn, and two, I think he was a scapegoat. Okay, because now it's like, okay, we put our hands on the scapegoat. He goes to the desert, he dies, and it's all taken care of. But the truth
Do
is,
you think
go ahead.
QAnon was a psyop?
Yes, I think QAnon was a psyop because
Nah.
hey, let me finish. 4chan was funded in part by JE. He gave funding to it, so that's 100% a psyop. Look at what it said. It pulled away. It got at that base, the base that was all into it. It says that the number one enemy, Hillary Clinton, did it, and then her whole team did it. But it took away from like all the other guys.
And Trump's gonna save the day.
Yeah, Trump's gonna save the day. Ron Lauder, Ronald Lauder is the guy that's trying to get Greenland. Okay, he's connected to Jeffrey Epstein. You know, Bill Singer is the guy that tried to get rid of Massey. He's connected, and he's also the guy that's taking the oil for Chevron down in Venezuela. You know, the guy in Qatar, he's on the list. MSB, he's on the list. So all the
not only that, it was a psyop towards Democrats to basically obscure the fact that there was a whole ring of pedophiles at the top, basically saying, "Oh, Donald Trump's going to save the day." So it was a dual wing psyop that fucking fantastically worked on people, and I just watched it fucking unfold. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm agree. Nothing that you're saying is I disagree with. I think that like Harris in the Biden administration, Biden absolutely sucked on going after these people. You know, he let all this go by. Like Garland was absolute garbage. He could have gotten Epstein on the first day. He could have gotten Donald Trump on the very first day. He waited a year to go after that because in a sense they kind of need these guys because it helps to fund the anger. And now they can play the opposition, make all this money on it, and it's all just a giant scam. Because in the end, not a single billionaire has gone down over this, and that's the guys that are donating to both sides of that coin. Like Harris took money from Marianne Adelson; she took $1 million. Donald Trump took $100 million. That's just one small example, but they're all taking money from these billionaires. All of them, both sides are. Just like you're saying, it's both sides.
The messed up part is no American billionaire or American official has gone down for this because a lot of UK people have started fucking falling. Like, Stalmer's advisor for the US was just caught taking like $50,000 from Epstein, and then freaking Prince Andrews, I think it was. I'm terrible with names.
Well, they have the shame to just step down.
Edwards.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But the problem is that all this stuff got exposed, and then what happened is like a bunch of people have just decided like it's okay if the fraud and like if the elite is like totally fucking.
Yeah. Basically, like basically, so much is at stake that there's so much apparently gone wrong with our government that it'll fucking fall apart if we expose it at this point, apparently, according to them at least.
Isn't that the same thing Obama said? Like why he didn't go after all the guys
banks?
The banks? Because it'll collapse the government. And I wish he had let the government collapse.
It was a little bit different there. Because you got to remember, a lot of individuals had underwater mortgages.
Then we should have bailed them out. We should have bailed the individuals out.
Oh yeah. You're right about that part.
I would
But
have
we
gone
did get bailed
after.
out. No. We did get bailed out.
Did
Anyone
they?
who
I would have still
lasted
gone after
until
them.
they started printing and everything, if you were a vet, like my stepdad's a vet, he got like 60 grand from the government because he was underwater for 60 grand and he didn't default. And since he was a vet, he got 60 grand just chopped right off of his whole entire principal.
That's good. That's good. I wish we did. I don't think that we should have bailed out all the guys on Wall Street, you know.
But no, that money came from bailing out from the top because they had to figure it all out. But I agree with you. There was a lot of evil happening then. There was a lot of rich people getting rewarded for failing on purpose.
Yeah, Goldman Sachs should all gone to jail. All of this should have gone to jail.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree that it would have collapsed the banks and shit if we would have prosecuted the individuals. If we would have collapsed the banks, that might have done something. But we could have freaking set up a council or whatever to freaking take a board to take care of the banks in the meantime while we prosecuted them.
The SVB shit with the you remember what happened when the banks did their little bank run with Biden? I like how he did his shit. That was one of my favorite moments in his presidency, was how he handled the SVB fallout with the Republic fallout and all that bullshit. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. So instead of bailing out, they were like, "Oh, you want to bail out?" And I remember a couple of times he got caught on a hot mic with Obama, and one of them was he didn't like the bank bailout. Another one was he thought staying in Afghanistan was stupid, and he got caught on hot mics like cussing and shit. You know what I mean? And I remember that. And then when he had his presidency and they tried to bail out the SVB, what he did, he sat down with JP Morgan and sat down with all the other banks. And he was like, "Look, y'all make a deal or I'm letting this shit crash. So y'all be nice to each other now." And he let them so then JP Morgan ended up buying everything up. That's good for JP Morgan. And that says something too, a little wink, wink there. But that was how I wish it happened in 2008, you know, like, okay, well, let the free market decide with y'all. I'm gonna handle the housing. I'm gonna make sure my people good, but now y'all motherfuckers figure that shit out.
Yeah.
Y'all passing each other the dollars anyway.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go back in the chat and listen to you guys, okay? It was good talking to you. I'll be in the chat.
Nah, I'm about to call it a night then. Nice meeting you, X. Nice talking to you, Steve. Plug if you dare. Yup.
Hey, X, it was good talking to you. Miss Bones, is always good talking to you. Is she still there?
Nice talking to you guys. I'll probably dip too.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's good conversation, X. Like talking to you. Jump in some more. And Miss Bones, well, we miss you. Stay cool. And Plug, thanks for this time. And it's good talking to you.
You kind of got me fired up there about what we talked about. Sorry. If I offended you at all, you know.
That's what's called Debate Nation, brother.
Well, it's Debate Nation, not Argue Nation.
We worked it out in the end. All right. I'll talk to you later, brother. Be safe.
Peace.
Peace.